How's it going, everyone? And welcome to another episode of No Excuses with your favorite show hosts, Still.
Venurian.
And Volcel, and we're all here today to bring you the latest news and events from the games industry, or at least we are for now here together. Fern's got to run early again, but hopefully, that will gradually start to wind down. Maybe,
Yeah,
possibly,
maybe,
potentially.
possibly.
We
Not
can
making any
we can
promises.
dream, right? We can
We
dream.
can.
But
The day that my time is my own again.
I don't even know what that would feel like.
I know,
But,
right? It's called adulting.
ugh. And we don't even have kids. But
I know, right?
yeah. If you'd like to get involved with the show, you can do so by sending us an email at noexcusesvtw@gmail.com. You can follow us on the Twitter at noexcusesvtw, or you can join us in the Discord server, which you can get to by clicking on the link provided in the show description underneath the archive on YouTube.
Yes, indeed. Today on the week for the show, we are playing Monster Hunter
Because it
because
finally works properly.
they finally got around to putting it in a state it should have been at launch.
Yes. Like, it took a long time to actually load in, but now that it's loaded in, this game looks significantly better than it used to.
It runs better too. No frame hitching at all so far.
So smooth.
Yeah, it seems like it's just sort of generally set up a little bit better. I still have to tweak some settings in that, but it's like not constantly looking grainy anymore. It's not like aliased out the wazoo anymore. It's like it's actually having my graphics card do stuff. I'd think that it's actually turned down my texture resolution a little bit, but frankly, the fact that the entire thing is actually working now, I'll take that trade.
Yeah. Let's face it, Monster Hunter's never exactly had the highest texture resolution in the past anyway. So, yeah, it's significantly better. We just beat up a Steve, or Seregios, who is incredibly angry.
And I never actually intended to fight it. It just sort of
Happened.
happened.
Yeah, the laggy quest is much the same as well.
Yeah,
Except the thing's not aggroed when you actually start the mission, so you can just walk away from that one.
wondering.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's still good, and I'm not losing frames. I jacked my my dynamic resolution to a point where it is running at plus native resolution plus 20%, and it looks really good now.
Let's see. Yeah.
It's not going to survive YouTube's compression plus having to stream it at like 720p for the sake of my internet, but it looks much better, and I have not lost any frames. We're still running it perfectly playable. Smooth feels like smooth 60. Might at the very least it's 50 plus, and I can't notice the difference.
Yeah, I'm running it on high with 0 hitches now, which is really nice.
I haven't adjusted mine yet because I don't know what most of these mean. I haven't downloaded the high-res texture pack because you got to be
Oh wow, yeah, I can run the high res texture
yeah.
pack now without issues, at least in the hub.
You probably could.
Ooh, okay, we're getting a little bit of slowdown with that. Maybe can't quite do that with my render scaling cranked up crazy.
Just crank it up to ultra, see what it does. Yeah, that's still nice, at least in the hub.
I think I'll stay on high and pick the render scaling up instead because that looks better.
Yeah, frankly, the difference between high and ultra isn't much.
Yeah, it's much less load on the CPU and the GPU to just crank the render scaling up than use that high res texture pack. It seems.
But how long ago was this game released, and how and now it works?
6 months, I want to say.
Roughly, yeah.
Yeah, this is just a shoe with modern game design in general that has just been driving me nuts, and why I've not been singing this game's praises at all is because it's one of them that has fallen in the same trap of we are not done with the game yet.
Yep. They should have cooked it a little bit more before they put it out.
Yep. Like there are gameplay quibbles here and there with the game that I've had over time, but could have figured all those out and just learned to live with it. But the unplayability, and especially when they super broke it a few patches ago, just nah.
Yeah.
But now it appears to be perfectly playable, and now I have to figure out how to play dual blades because they've added all kinds of weird cancels you can do to Demon Dance that is totally going to jack with my muscle memory.
Rather than, just fixing element.
Yeah, no, and they
Rather than just do that, yeah.
as far as gearing dual blades goes, it's probably a total mess now because they just jacked our raw damage up on everything.
No, they turned raw damage down on one thing and elemental damage up on that same thing.
Oh, okay.
Don't ask me why. I don't know which one either, and it wouldn't mean anything because the names of those things don't mean anything to me. But
Yeah.
I remember looking at the list and it's like, huh, that one's backwards. I wonder why.
Right, well, shall we go and poke Laggy while we're at it?
We can't.
Incidentally, the cat makes a
Response to
terrible
this.
pun right at the end of that intro cutscene, and I hate it.
Paul might have to do the starter quest for Laggy. I don't know if he's.
Yeah, I haven't done anything.
Okay, if you go do that,
remember I just went to the first one and it was Seregios.
yeah,
and
you
it
got
flung
the-
me into a
you got
fight
that one.
without permission.
I
So
got
if you go do that, we'll join in once you're ready.
Where is that?
in the
That is
forest
in forest.
at the base camp.
Yep. Well, so I just need to quickly deal with something. So 1 moment.
Yep. So while he's gone, Fern has to run early this week, so we'll have his But yeah, I'm a lot of my enthusiasm to really get into Monster Hunter Wilds has been tampered by the unplayability of the last several months. But it could ramp back up if they have some good free updates and they keep the playability at this level and they don't break it again. So I'm hopeful that they can also take the lessons they learned in making this work much better now and bring that over into future RE Engine PC games because it seems to be able to handle the city just fine, and that's a lot of humanoid high detail models that it's loading.
But the thing is that what's most characteristic of Capcom is that their rigorous ability to unlearn any previously learned lessons each time they do a new game.
Well,
They're extremely good at that.
Also, their ability to not communicate between teams whatsoever, so that your quality you get is radically different every time.
To be fair, I think there's an open order that the Street Fighter team is not allowed anywhere near the Monster Hunter team at this point.
Yeah,
Unless
well,
they infect them with their microtransaction-y ways.
yeah, every
Which
game
they frankly have already, but anyway.
you know, they need to run some microtransactions, but sometimes but the Monster Hunter team and like the Devil May Cry team, for instance, they both put out microtransactions in the biggest flippin' air quotes imaginable.
Yep, Dragon's Dogma 2 as well.
Yeah. Oh boy, that was
like no one in their right mind would buy those.
That was a storm in a teacup that really hacked me off.
Yeah, it's because these are here solely to keep the shareholders happy.
Like
you should not be buying these.
Like these are here because people will buy them, and we can say we technically sold DLC to keep the higher ups happy, but they are not necessary for gameplay whatsoever. Like you do not need the flippin' emote pack for Monster Hunter.
No,
you do not need
up to you.
You do not need to buy 1/12 of the red orbs you can get from one mission on Son of Sparta difficulty with Dante's hat for like $10 or whatever. It's just
don't
there
do a
to,
mission.
Yeah, it's just there to make the shareholders happy.
Yeah, I think the big one for the Dragon's Dogma was like the teleportation crystal, but there's a maximum amount you get of those anyway, and you get all of those during the story.
Yeah, it's puts you one over cap, but it that's it.
That's it. The only advantage is you get it early. That's it.
Yeah. The bigger one was that I saw people crying about was these harpy flares that let you fly. No. You don't understand.
No. That's not what they do.
They do let you fly, but they pick you up and they carry you, and you have no control over where they put you.
Yep. Also, you find them in the game too.
Yeah, and in all the spots where that particular use of the harpy could be useful, you can just go make them angry and grab onto them.
Yeah, there's usually a harpy around there somewhere. So yeah, utterly pointless. The Monster Hunter stuff, it's like you get a few potion packs and stuff like that, but eh.
Yeah. it's all frivolous cosmetics for the most part that you just don't need.
Yeah, you can completely ignore them if you really, really want.
So yeah,
Not
Turn.
like Street Fighter where you're actually buying new characters.
Yeah, well, that's fighting games these days. There's no getting away from that.
It's how they do.
Yeah, I mean, you sell the character pass, and you get like 6 to 10 new characters per season.
Yes,
It-
I dislike that more than like gacha has its own problems, but I feel like from a certain point of view, it's kind of worse in a fighting game because in a fighting game, if you want to be relevant, you kind of forced to buy them
Yeah,
because if you don't really know them, you can't play against them.
yeah. If it's there are some games where it's not as bad. Like in Grand Blue, it's not as bad, and because you can also unlock the characters through in-game play if you just really play the game a lot. And it's a huge cost, but it's not a impossible cost. If you ground rank for like 3 weekends in a row and did your dailies all for like 3 weeks, you could get close to enough currency to buy one DLC character.
Still waiting for this quest to pop up. All right. As for weeks, we'll dive into mine because I don't have a whole lot. It's because we're getting into drunk cowboy season, so yay.
Always drunk cowboy season. It's never not drunk
it
cowboy
is.
season. How
Yeah, I
many
spent a few
drunk
days
cowboy
having-
seasons are there in the year if you had to ballpark?
There is the high capacity one and the low one. We are currently approaching the high one,
I see.
where it's the actual rodeo, the official rodeos, not this we need an event here, so let's just hold a rodeo events.
And the caravan boomers.
And the caravan boomers. They are everywhere and they are a pain. Anywho, weeks for week. I've spent a good chunk of my week this week just kind of fiddling around with Shadowverse. Like, I'm not the biggest card game nut, but I mean, it's fun. It's just simple, pick up and play.
Yeah,
At the moment, because it's early on, there's not a whole lot of cards to memorize.
you're just working with the base set of like 140 cards, and
Yep.
each of the 7 crafts has like 1, maybe 2 decks that are viable, and
Yep.
those 2 decks will not differ very much. They usually have the same haymaker plays you got to watch out for.
Yeah. So I got my my main deck set up, which is a Dragoncraft deck. So that's a lot of fun. Getting ahead of the power curve and throwing big monsters out on the field is always satisfying.
Yeah. Back when I first started Shadowverse, the Grand Blue set was still in rotation. And Dragoncraft was one of the scariest decks to go up against because it was the best pub stomper deck if you just didn't know what you were doing or had a collection that didn't have very many cards yet. Because they had, I'll find him. Hang on. Grand Blue, Dragoncraft, Gorgonzola.
Why
Isn't it
Gorgonzola, though?
cheese?
Yes.
Is it a cheese?
Because I could not ever remember what his actual name is.
But is the deck itself cheese?
I'll have to find it.
So yeah, the other thing about Shadowverse I really like is it's got really nice art.
Yeah, the card art all around is just generally pretty good. We
Is that like most of the girls in the game? They all look like Pinecone characters because it's the same artist.
yeah
Sad.
yeah. I had what's her name? Pudding Ghost Miyako.
Yep, you had
as,
Pudding.
as a Shadowcraft leader. It was really hard to get her out of set, and I wasn't actually aiming for her. It was I kind of just written off that I would never get that character, and I got her on just a random leader they gave out from any of the past sets. Like,
Yeah,
I got Pudding.
I think Pecorine was a freebie as well as a leader. This is going back a ways, so I might be wrong.
Gandagoza, that's it.
Gorgonzola.
Yeah,
What does that card do?
he has Rush. He's a 9-mana card, but for Dragon Breath, that's not a big deal. He's an 8/7,
Mhm.
and evolved, he's a 10/9, and he has Strike. Deal X damage to the enemy leader. X equals this follower's attack.
Oh, so you slap a frontline monster and you also slap the leader at the same time. Ah, it crashed.
So
Oh.
why is Fern left? What is going on?
Hang on. Ending program, waiting for the program to respond. Is it going to respond? Okay, it
Wait,
just
I
threw
have
me
to
back out.
capture this
Oh,
thing,
no, there
and
it
I
goes.
don't even have a. Have you got a trap? Because I don't have a trap.
I just loaded in. I'm at the camp. I can stop by my tent and grab stuff.
Don't they normally give you one if you have to capture something?
In the circuit, probably.
It's probably in the
It's
circuit.
not in the
yeah.
circuit. It's not though. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, I have no idea. I brought trap stuff. Grabbed it out of the tent.
Okay, cool.
Okay, there it goes. It fully crashed now. Jeez, that was the most drawn out crash this game's ever done. So they haven't fixed everything.
Yeah, but at least it's playable. Like,
Yeah, so I'm
Yeah.
not dropping frames left and right now, unless I try and turn fur on. If I turn fur on, then it goes wild.
oh, the forest looks
Everything
so
looks good,
much
look.
better now. Holy crap! You can actually see the leaves on the trees.
It is. It's a very pretty game when it's actually behaving itself.
To illustrate this for people that might be relatable, that'll survive YouTube compression. Those of you that had to get glasses when you were younger, remember when you first put them on, and suddenly you could see the individual leaves on the trees? It is that feeling.
Yeah, there's still some artifacting going on, but I mean, I don't know how much of it is just a product of the fact I have a graphics card that's more than 5 years old. So
Yeah.
I'm only expecting a certain amount. And the graphics card industry has become a complete racket.
Hasn't
This
it just?
This past generation has been like a sick joke against the consumer.
There is really no benefit, honestly, to going for the current generation.
So there's some of them are actively scams. A lot of the stuff Nvidia's been putting out have been sort of like able to be confirmed as lies. Nvidia has been leveraging a lot of like aggressively leveraging pressure on reviewers to give positive reviews with threats of withdrawing support and coverage and that opportunities from them and that kind of thing.
Oh, there's that
It's
guy.
like we're actually going to prevent our people from talking to you even in a private capacity if you don't a review under our conditions type of thing.
I see.
Yeah, that's just dirty. I think the link party may have fallen apart too.
How do I stop my sacred again?
Hold R2 to pull the brakes.
So yeah, Beyond Shadowverse, which is a good fun game. It's something you just pick up, play it for 5-10 minutes, put it down again.
Well, in addition to Shadowverse, you got you have finished a deck functionally. How many do you have? 3 copies of Forte and Garyu yet, or whatever his name is?
Garyu, I've been having coming out of my ears because he seems to show up in every other pack.
Okay, so he's your Anangrea. That's what she did for me.
Yes. But Forte was just not showing up, so I ended up just using the Apollo quartz. As that you got, they gave out a whole bunch of
free packs.
What do they call them? Flasks or
vials?
Or whatever.
Vials for craft and dust. They give those out in addition to free packs as apologies.
Yeah, so they gave out a whole lot of that today, so that let me just finish off that deck.
Yeah. So you were able to I played the second best deck overall right now as my main deck because I pull Runecraft legendaries like candy.
Yeah.
And that's what I've been playing. And you took a couple games off of it with your new Dragoncraft deck.
Yeah. And again, I'm by no means a good card game player, so I'm happy with that.
No.
Yeah, I've watched Fern play, and I feel like as soon as Fern sees a shiny enough card, he will just put it on the field, no matter whether it's wise or not.
Sometimes, yeah.
Like you seem to aggressively go for the throat as soon as you start to see the glimmer of of a plan.
I
It's like
like
let's
the
just
Unga
let's
and
just
I
do it
like
and
the
see what
Bunga.
happens.
Yeah, I like the Unga Bunga.
Yeah, Dragoncraft is take a few turns to ramp, and then bunga that unga.
You Bunga that Unga.
It's
You
like
tell whenever I
your
play Magic, I
your
lean towards
entire
green, can't you?
play philosophy is like fuck it, we ball.
Fuck it, we ball.
Yeah, so he was able
To
to.
do anything else is cowardice.
You were able to pretty handily beat the Abysscraft deck after I took the first game when you were adjusting the deck, and then
Yep.
I switched to Runecraft, and I think it was like 2-3. So you actually took a few games with it.
Yeah. So I'm very happy with that. I'm going to start looking into building another deck. I think my luck seems to really lean towards Forestcraft.
Forestcraft is
the deck
hard. Like
Forestcraft is hard, and it's also got a really weird
it's
person
really
for a leader.
it's really good, but Forestcraft is really hard to play. And
Yeah,
it's
I
always
honestly
been
don't.
that. It's almost always that way in every single set that
Yeah.
the Shadowverse has ever released, because the combo mechanic just means you have to do math, and it's a little
Yes.
bit more than simple addition.
It is the opposite of Unga Bunga, which is not my jam.
Yeah, the what you call it? The old deck that Forestcraft ran in the last Shadowverse game when I was playing at my peak there was called Latica Forestcraft, and it had a girl as its signature card named Latica from the story, where she would just get stronger and stronger the bigger your combo got each turn, and you could keep looping her in your hand, and she would cost less and less, and her attack would increase, and so and she had Storm, so you had to carefully plan your combo route to play her, send her back to your hand, play her again, and attack in each time you play her, because she has Storm, so she can attack every time she comes out. And the whole time, her gimmick in the story is she uses the language of the ancients of her world, which are just Zoomer girl speak.
Right. Hang on.
So you have her coming out talking in Leet speak and like a Zoomer Valley girl the whole time.
The laggy, he doesn't let me stab.
Oh, if you're on him.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get this wound on his tail. There we go. We need to break his spines too.
I don't even know if his tail comes off. I've been trying to hit it.
It does.
I'm waiting for you to get off of
too
him.
long and whippy to not come off, surely.
Okay, he's down.
And his tail is pointing the other way.
Yeah. The other game, honestly, I just played it because I really liked the first one, and that is I picked up Crashlands 2 on the sale.
I like
honestly, if you played the first one, you've already played the second one.
There's a very specific mood to play that type of game because it is just a time waster game.
It is.
Like,
and it's just dumb joke after dumb joke.
It is literally, I want to actually watch or listen to something else, and so I am going to put something that is just a time waster game on. Cannot sharpen while I'm hopping.
Also, perfect blocking his lightning aura is interesting to watch.
Yeah, I rocksteadied through it. Uh-oh.
Ow.
Okay, that was a bad move on my part.
I did not perfect guard that one.
Oh, about to have a hoedown.
Oh, hello, Rathlos. What are you doing here? Damn.
Are they the same tier of monster?
Yes.
So they should be relatively evenly matched.
Oh, hang on. Is he broken?
Oh, no.
Yep, there he goes.
He was lagging a bit.
Laggy was lagging.
Lagging. So yeah. But yeah. I don't know about Forestcraft and how much you'll enjoy it. It's the polar opposite of Dragoncraft.
Yeah, it's fiddly. It's all about the small cards and the fiddly combos and math.
Lots of math and trying to noodle out if you've got lethal or not. I need to read this, and
Yeah, I've never been good at decks that kind of need you to be able to see the future.
Yeah, I'm terrible at those. There he goes. He goes tail. Now, give me the big stick any day. I like the big stick.
Yeah, you seem to be enjoying Dragoncraft and know how it works, which is ramp, throw big cards, and hope your opponent doesn't have a way to break it.
Yep, and go unga bunga.
About the only evolution of that is knowing what the classes can throw out throughout the game and knowing what you gotta watch out for and what's a harder board for each class to break when you've got options.
I dance.
I don't know if I can get onto his back to get those crystals.
Just heal, because that was a lot of chip damage.
Oh, where's that tail?
Yeah, I've seen people whinging online. There's too much chip damage. I'll grow up. It's a monster trying to kill you.
Or you could just pick up the relevant skills so you don't get the chip damage. Or you could.
Yeah, that's the really annoying thing about whining about particular monsters being hard in Monster Hunters. Like, there's a strategy to counter everything that every monster does.
Yeah,
you just got to get if you really, really, really want to deal with it, you gear for it. End of story.
And even if
you don't just go online, look up the most meta set for your weapon, and then use that only ever.
Yeah, or you can just get good.
Just get good. Figure out what he's going to do and learn how to deal with it.
I'm not good. I just gear around the fact that I'm not good, and I can have a fine time with any monster because I'm gearing around the fact I'm not good.
Yeah, there is a build that will work. Also, like he goes underwater. There is not proper underwater combat, by the way. You just kind of bop him on the head.
I heard it's a scripted thing. It's more or less a scripted thing.
More or less. Here he is. Hey, buddy.
So yeah, if you stick with it, I'll keep playing with you on the weekends before the show or something. Ooh, that's a lot of electric.
Yeah, he's kind of angry.
Does appear to be.
Does he Thunderblight? I didn't see any.
Maybe.
Ooh, yes, he does.
He does.
I need a ration.
I gotta heal because ow. So Laggy's not messing around. I like this.
Well, his damage ain't super. After 5-star tempered Gormagala, it's like
oh yeah.
It's
I would say Seregios hits nearly as hard as 5-star Gormagala, but he doesn't have anywhere near as many hit points. He's got about 3/5 the hit points.
Yeah.
When for the same version, like that's to say that many stars or whatever.
I've done a lot of damage to that.
But to be fair, Gormagala had a really unreasonable number of hit points. Like, I mean, I enjoyed it. That was great, but he still had more hit points than Fatalis. So
yeah.
What am I meant to be doing down here exactly? Grabbing the rocks, I guess.
I am currently fighting dodging. I'm dodging him up here because I'm just trying to figure out these underwater controls.
Yep, pick up the barnacles and pew pew away.
But he's not obligingly standing still.
No, he's not. Ouch.
He has a counterable where his head glows red, but I don't know what you actually do.
Oops, he is not where I thought he would be. Do you drop the rocks on him then?
Oh, there's rocks over here we could drop on his head.
Where's over here? I'll try and because he's looking at me.
You're gonna have to use the mini map to reference where I'm at. Yellow dot on my screen.
I really don't understand the mini map of the 3D environment.
All right, just let me bop on his latch onto his face. Okay.
I'm on the south part of the map. At least those look usable. Are those not? Those aren't usable. They just look usable. Okay, try. Never mind.
I'm hit you in the face.
I'm gonna dick you in the schnoz.
Oh, you can. Oh, that's mean.
Yeah. And everyone gets a unique weapon underwater attack. Oh, that's not nice.
What's the underwater attack? I don't know.
If you aim
If
at
you're-
him and you can clutch claw him, basically.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm just going to stay over here and heal a bit.
Oh, he's decided that I'm not his friend.
Oh, I'm stunned. Oh, please leave me alone, Laggy. Oh, any movement in water will interrupt that potion.
Ugh.
Please hold. Monster introduced entirely new control scheme. Our attention is a little.
Yep.
Okay. The barnacles have a moderate range, but they do end. You can snipe him from across map if he's.
What am I supposed to? What am I supposed to do if he wants to kill me? Like, because it's not like I can move fast to get out of the way, is it?
You
my
can
goodness.
try and get ahead of him, and that's about it. Whoa.
Hey, I can drink underwater. That's cunning.
You can. For reference, this is not how Monster Hunter 3's underwater combat worked.
No, this is an incredibly janky gimmick, is what this is.
Yeah, whereas for Try, the underwater mechanic was basically like fighting on land with a third dimension. There's some more barnacles. Ran out of barnacles. Uh-oh. Game on the snoot.
Oh, if two people are on their way to latch onto the same body part, it appears that one of you just gets ejected.
This is
Oh.
very confusing.
You gonna go get out of the water yet?
I'm trying to find more barnacles. There's some.
I think we've run out of barnacles.
Oh,
Apparently, I stuck my hand inside his mouth, and he didn't like that.
yeah, if his mouth. Okay, he appears to have given up on fighting.
Yep.
Wound
Thank
destroyed.
goodness.
Wound destroyed. Wound destroyed. As soon as he surfaced.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So yeah, Fern, if you're willing to keep up with Shadowcraft or not Shadowverse, I'll play with you on weekends just to play some because I just like the game. I've always liked the game.
Don't keep up with Shadowcraft; it's not worth it.
No.
Maybe when they
Uh-oh.
maybe after they finally buff it. Oh.
Yeah. So yeah, it's just a fun, simple little game.
Yeah, it'll get
Which
more
can be as deep as you want it to be.
Yeah, it'll get more complex as you as the sets come out. They're doing an accelerated release for the first 2 sets to get the card pool built up, but for the first I think 2 months it's just the base set. About a month in.
Capture.
Oh, right.
He's upset because we're not capturing him.
Okay. Trap out. Yay, we got a laggy.
Our own pet Lagia, Chris.
He's my boy. So yeah, I always got a soft spot for Laggy because he's my first flagship. Everyone remembers their first flagship.
Yeah, I guess he would technically be mine, but I didn't play the game far enough to get to him.
Okay, yeah, he doesn't. Once he kind of shows up in the game, he more or less serves the same role as Rathalos.
Because
He's just there.
because the problem with me when I tried to get into Monster Hunter for realsies is I played with you for a bit, but it was on the Wii U.
Yeah, and that was incredibly jank. Like, as jank
Sometimes I
as the
forget that the
multiplayer now
Wii U
is,
existed.
yeah. But yeah, just given how jank multiplayer is now, it was 10 times worse on the Wii U.
Yeah, and the need to farm was infinitely higher, and you were telling me about all these things I needed to do before I even started to hunt. Like
Yep.
I'm like, oh, I can't, not right now, not on the
Go
Wii
out,
U.
farm. Yep, you start the game. You got to go out. You got to spend an hour going and farming up all your potions, your whetstones, because whetstones were consumable.
Yeah,
Uh,
Monster Hunter
everything.
and Monster Hunter World load times, but in a segmented map.
Yeah.
I was like, nah, I'll try this again when they take another crack at this.
I don't think I'm. Oh, do I still have my copy of Tri Ultimate? Probably not. I think it got taken in that thievery that happened years back. I might. It might be in a box somewhere. But yeah, I started with Tri on the Wii, and I had actually managed to buy Tri with the bundled Pro controller at that point. And yeah, the Pro controller on the Wii made the Wii actually playable. It's, the waggle remotes. Ugh. They were the absolute worst.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, you can take Alec. Oh, what's his name? This guy, as a train handler now.
Yeah.
That's something I'm
Well,
probably going to completely forget about.
Considering the handful full of female players to play this game, we're all thirsting over him. I mean,
I guess the only one I want on my team who has the tism is me. Thank you very much. So yeah, that's basically been my week. I've been meaning to sit down and actually watch some anime, and I just haven't. And on the side is basically keeping half an eye on that whole stop killing games debacle, which has been endlessly amusing, really.
I can't tell if this is going to be like something that actually happens or yet another storm in a teacup that goes nowhere.
It's got the signatures now for the European Parliament, so it's going to probably be stuck in bureaucratic hell for the next 3 to 5 years.
The European Parliament only does one thing well, and that's bureaucratic hell.
Yes. So honestly, probably nothing's going to come of it. It's also in the Australian Parliament as well, which, considering the people in charge of classifications and stuff in Australia, is going to go absolutely nowhere.
The big thing about it that I saw was even the farms had a headline about it because they just don't like that the guy that was fighting against it. That was their reason for having a headline and promoting it. They did not care at all about the actual initiative or what the fudge ever. But they
they just hate the ex-Blizzard Nepo baby. So yeah, I've tried to watch some of his stuff in the past, and it's like he's talking about stuff in a very confident way, which makes it sound like he knows what he's talking about, but he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, I don't know any of the people involved at all. It's
Yeah.
just a closed book to me. It's something that to me has just been sort of happening on the periphery, and I haven't attended to it in any meaningful way. It's
Yeah, for the most part,
yeah,
it's just incredibly amusing drama off to the side.
yeah,
I've lost count of the number of times people have said that thing X is going through Parliament Y, therefore we need to pay attention to it now, and it just goes nowhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think this will accomplish anything at all.
Nothing in the short term, definitely. Maybe in the long term. Maybe.
I'm not gonna hold my breath.
I wouldn't. Because these things
The-
tend to take like 2 or 3 years of just going through committees upon committee.
Like the only way in which it could do anything is if the people in the parliaments were cleverer than the legal teams of the video games companies, and
They're not.
I can't even begin to imagine what a world like that would look like. Like a world where politicians were as cunning and conniving as lawyers is terrifying.
It is terrifying, especially when you get them both as the same person. Ugh. Anyway, I'm gonna leave my week there. I've been meaning to sit down and also do the Honkai Star Rail event because that's the Fate crossover.
It's not out
It's
yet.
not yet. That's next week.
That's next week, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, still, there's freebies to be gotten. There's also freebies to be gotten in ZZZ.
Yeah, well, there's always freebies to be gotten in ZZ. They run events nonstop.
Pretty much. But yeah, I kind of did get distracted and sidetracked a little bit this week because someone tried to run a fraudulent charge on my card. So yeah, fun.
Here.
Thankfully, the bank caught it. So I didn't
I-
actually lose any money. It was just a major inconvenience.
I sincerely hope that the bank catches anybody who tries to deceptively use my card because I don't check the balance very often.
Yeah, I should honestly check them. I do. But it's on the plus side, having a card being stolen like that is just clears out all those transactions and things that you kind of forget about, which is really nice. I don't think I'm going to up my Amazon TV anymore because I don't even recall actually signing up for it. So
What's Amazon TV?
it's like Netflix, except, well, worse.
I was just so you can watch Rings of Power.
Yes, if you hate yourself. So the thing with Amazon TV is like Netflix, you pay your subscription, you get Netflix, you watch Netflix. Amazon TV, it's like, okay, you pay your subscription. Now that gives you the privilege of buying all these other subscriptions and buying everything a la carte. And you maybe get a couple of things that are just there.
I feel like most services are moving in the direction that video games did, where it's like they just decide at some point that subscriptions are not the way, and that they need to just go for the nickeling and diming procedure instead. Like,
Oh yeah, they're
even
on their way for that.
Even if you look at like YouTube, for instance, I hear that they're putting ads back into their subscription service.
Yes, they are. So
It's
now
like
you need the premium subscription service.
It's like you paid for a subscription to get rid of the ads, but you're not paying us enough, so we're just going to put the ads back in.
Yeah. So if you want to get rid of the ads, you need to pay for another subscription service on top of that.
You need to super subscribe. It's not enough to just subscribe.
Yeah, and the streaming services are much the same. It's like you're paying your basic, you're going to get ads. Where does it end? Can I install an ad blocker on my TV, please? That would be nice.
You have to do arena quest to craft the bracers you need for the fashion report.
Really? Why? Actually, that is an advantage of watching, since I don't use a TV anymore, is a lot of those ads that do get snuck into streaming services, I don't get. Ad blockers are great. Yeah, I think YouTube's currently going through another bent where they're trying to kill ad blockers again.
Yeah, they did.
They do it every 6 months or so.
Yeah, and they always fail.
They always fail.
Hunting Horn, and I don't know how to play Hunting Horn.
I picked dual
Hunting Horn
blades.
is probably the most complex weapon.
I picked dual blades, and it changed my hair color.
Oh, good! What? It gives you both weapons as well. Okay, that's fine.
Oh, goodness, it gave me sloot pants.
I dread to think what my character's going to look like if I go in there. Although currently I look like a giant white bush, so...
I believe it was Hanako that said that underwear is more or less a state of mind.
Yeah.
Speaking... Oh, we'll get to that in Vols Week.
That's Vols Week now, I suppose, if you want to jump into it.
Okay, I wasn't prepared for that, but but yeah, so after interminable delays, which were not really that long, but long enough to annoy me, the Blue Archive. Oh my goodness, I need to pay attention because I'm not wearing my normal armor. I'm at the Blue Archive PC client is finally out. It is jank as heck, but it does work, and they've got high res versions of basically everything. So
Nice.
it's nice. It's
whole-
nice to be able to do that now, and of course it runs like way faster than it does on a phone. So
Yeah, the whole drama of getting it onto Steam in the first place just made no sense whatsoever.
Yeah, but Steam is always like this when it comes to anime-styled games. They've got some kind of axe to grind. Like there's this weird sort of cultural moment right now where everybody seems to be obsessed with calling everybody else a pedophile.
Again,
And
yeah.
if you're interested in anime everything, that puts you in the crosshairs. Like you're definitely a pedophile as far
If
as
you're not a pedophile, you're a gooner.
well, they're more or less converging on being the same thing now. Like this is like deleterious for actually sort of identifying and isolating pedophiles because you've contaminated the environment to the point where everybody's a pedophile now.
Yep.
That it's kind of pointless. But oh boy, this is not ideal. I need to back off and stop
Bad
playing
things are
like I've got my
happening.
normal gear. This is why I don't. Oh crap! I accidentally sharpened. The song
You
of
gotta get
my people.
smushed.
But it's just a Chatacabra. I can't remember the controls to this game. I can't do anything.
Wait, you got to be right up in their face to use spread ammo, don't you?
Yeah, you do.
That's the point. But you can't. No, you can't be right up in their face. You have to be one step away because right up in their face is a dead zone.
Yep, you got to be slightly within shotgunning distance, basically.
How come when I reload, sometimes I shoot a bomb?
That's just kind of the light bowgun thing. Yeah. So there's nothing particularly magical about the PC client in and of itself, except for the fact that it runs like really slickly, which is extremely handy when you've got dailies that want doing. Namely, the thing that I've noticed it the most is when you're because it's currently double drops on hard quests week, which is a huge pain on the phone because you have to keep tabbing between different zones to pick the quests that you want, and I have a very short health bar.
I used a max potion to fix that a little bit.
I wasn't really paying attention. I don't have a max potion. Just chug rations. That way at least I can run. I don't have any meat on me either. Okay, this is problematic. Why are we doing an arena quest?
Because we need coins for the flippin' what you
Fashion
call it?
show.
Yeah, the fashion show.
Oh. Anyway, but yeah, but tabbing between different zones is way faster on the PC client, which is great. The certain alerts and things about upcoming events and that don't seem to show up on the PC client though, which is a little bit of a nuisance. Uh-oh. I can't play like that. I can't play like that. I'm used to being able to just tank that sort of hit without stumbling, but I can't. Why? Why did that not work? My goodness. What even is this gear? What am I wearing? How is this supposed to work? Is this like New Udra or something? I don't. How do I look at what equipment I'm wearing?
Take what you're given and you'll be happy.
I've got speed eating and maximum might. No wonder I'm not doing anything. This kit's built around maximum might, but I don't have any way of regaining my health other than just chugging potion after potion after potion. Oh yeah.
You know what? That was fun. I'm just gonna get the dual blades back up.
This is why I don't do arena quests, damn it.
They're always jank. Yeah, it's been like that for basically every Monster Hunter game. Is like the arena quests are always just janky. It's mostly, I think, it's just because you're being thrown into a build that you're really not familiar with. But yeah,
I picked the greatsword, so I can use the greatsword. The problem is that my build is built around my way of using the greatsword, which involves tanking a lot of attacks.
yes,
But I've got no defense and no health. So
you are restricted.
oh good, there's just one monster. They didn't send another one at us. It's just what I was concerned about.
No, we only need one. We need one Chatacabra coin, 2 Rathian coins, and 1 Pinnacle coin.
I don't think I can do Rathian under these conditions right now. Not what I'm trying to think and failing at the same time. Where was I? Yeah, so there's not really much to say about the Blue Archive launch of the PC client, other than I'm glad that it's launched and it's going to give basically a flatly better way to view the story.
I
doing it on a phone, or if it's casting the phone to the PC.
I'll give it bonus points because the account linking was totally painless.
Yeah, like I expected it to be incredibly Byzantine, but it wasn't.
No, it was literally just because I have it on iPhone, so it was like just plug in your Apple ID and it opens in the browser. You type in your information, and okay, load this profile. Yep, okay, you're good to go.
Unfortunately, Steam is preventing people in multiple countries from using it.
Yeah, because
reasons.
Let me guess. I bet you it's gonna block me.
Because here's the quirk, the thing with Steam reviewers. I've heard reports from multiple people that there are like 1 or 2 people over there that if you're an anime game and they're the ones that review your game, you're just fighting an uphill battle.
Oh no, I can play it.
Blue Archive got the uncensored version of Blue Archive through, so
yeah,
because a censored version does exist for exactly one scene in the game.
Yeah, it's like when Iris's shut down robot body is on the table
when she's discovered for the first time.
Yeah, but
in the Chinese censored version of the game, they put a sheet over her or something.
Yeah, instead of using the Godiva hair.
Oh no, side boob.
She's Iris.
Size not boob.
Iris is like 14.
Yeah. Well, when you start getting a 14-year-old character, that's when things get a bit muddier.
Oh,
realistically, I don't even remember. Is she flat? She's probably flat.
Probably.
I don't remember.
I think she is. But yeah, number 1, she's a robot girl. Number 2, she's not presented at all in a sexual way in that scene.
Yeah, she's like some ancient artifact type of thing.
Yeah, she's
just laying on a table.
Yeah, and the game's dev club find her and turn her back on.
Yeah.
But yeah, so at any rate, that's the only questionable scene in the entire game, other than everything that Hanako says. So, yeah.
Yeah, they're the other thing is Hanako exists.
But that's all. Like, she's very careful that it's all double entendre. Like she's never going to come right out and say anything skeevy. It's all double entendre. So it's the whole point is that she's a reflection of however dirty your mind is.
Yeah. Okay. The reviews, on the other hand, you got the serious ones. You got the people who are trying to be serious and trying to be professional, and even though they're not. And then you've got the trash. Like this one. Finally, PC version. Decent port. Loads fast. Runs fast. Kaza has stepped on my balls. Dreamt for days like this. So yeah. The Blue Archive community is something special.
Yeah.
Well, they are the most effective gatekeepers of any anime community.
They are also certifiably insane and degenerate as all crap, and you don't want to engage with them in any way whatsoever.
But that's on purpose, though. Like they own it deliberately because they know that they can keep the undesirables out if they do. If they're so repulsive that even the skulls won't go near them, then they can keep their environment.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm sure that's true for some of them. I think most of them are just like that.
I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything that suggested that it's premeditated.
I'm just. It's just anytime
I'm
Blue
saying
Archive comes up in the
that
feeds from people.
they have hit a particular level of degeneracy which insulates them from certain forms of criticism
Yeah,
by the fact that nobody wants to get close enough to criticize them.
yeah.
Just stay way over there, thank you.
So I have installed the PC client, got it working fairly okay, and well, perfectly okay actually. There's been no problems with it.
Except
And
there's no exit button.
yeah, you have to press escape to close the game. Uh, it's and I've been going through the backlog character stories. I forgot
Never.
just
I have
how
90 odd of those.
I was either doing them or skipping them in real time, and the last character I had pulled before I took my hiatus was Little Miss Reese's Puffs, and
She's
she's dumb.
not too bright.
She's dumb as a bag of rocks. Bag of rocks, in fact, wins. She is dumber than a bag of rocks. She thinks soy sauce is an applicable substitute for suntan lotion.
Sesame oil, wasn't it?
Yeah, sesame oil.
Oh dear.
Like, girl is dumb. But she is so
Well,
dumb.
no, she's not dumb. She's extremely socially maladapted.
Yeah, she is so dumb that she's adorable.
So basically, all of the area satellite school characters are basically grew up. You could conceive of them as halfway between street kids and child soldiers. So they basically don't know anything about how to be civilized.
Yeah. Her whole story contest starts with her wanting to go to the beach and winning, thinking she can win a swimsuit from a magazine contest, so she doesn't have to pay for it. And this does not work, so Sensei has to order her a swimsuit. Hurrian has left the lobby.
Yeah, I'm just about at the time, unfortunately.
Just about to sneak out the door.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Blue Archive client
no.
works great on PC. So if you can use it in your country, it seems like the go-to way to play, because this is the big thing with this game. I don't think it being a mobile game adds a whole lot of value to it. Especially if you're just there for the story or you're trying to do the try hard in game stuff. You will want the precision of having it on a bigger screen if you're doing the try hard in game stuff, and you'll want the bigger screen with the higher fidelity stuff going on if you want to see the story.
Yeah, like there's parts of the story that I'll probably go through again now that there's high res. Like particularly the way Foreclosure Task Force closes out is really like elaborate. There's a lot of presentation went into that final chapter, and I'm looking forward to seeing how it plays out again on a more easier to digest format.
Also, the game apparently really wanted me to come back because I did a YOLO pull with the free ticket I got at the best racist, and got like 2 additional 3 stars in the same pull.
Damn.
I don't know how good they are or what they do, but they came.
For those who may not realize, there is actually nothing from her in the game that suggests that she is in any way racist. However, she has been adopted by the community as their racist icon.
Right.
Because she's a gamer, and her personality is among the gamers in the games development society. She is the most likely to use gamer words in most people's opinion.
That tracks, I guess.
So many fan animations have, and just fan stuff in general, is Momoy is the gamer word speaker, and Mika is all too happy to join in occasionally as the backup racist, because
she actually is kind of racist.
Because them Gahanners.
All right, well, that's my time, guys. I gotta bounce.
All right.
Alrighty.
Now that Monster Hunter's working again, we can actually play Monster Hunter with you.
Huzzah!
So if you see me on during the week, just hop on and play Shadowverse with me. I'm want to play with more people. Ibu doesn't like it very much, so
we play card games.
Yep.
Or we play golf.
Yeah, and he's been working in the evenings too, anyway, so I don't have anybody to play with.
Yeah. All right. Later, folks.
Later.
Yeah. Right. So yeah, Blue Archive is a thing. There's not really all that much going on in Genshin Impact right now. We're sort of in a lull where everybody's still busy molding over the fact that the end game is hard.
Oh, I meant to
Well, I mean,
remind
it
Fern
is.
before he left. Be sure to try for Emily on the next banner that's coming up.
There'll be time for that. It'll be around for 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah.
So, the end game is still hard. I can't do it, and it's simply a function of the same reason that I can't press start on Imaginarium Theatre, basically, as I don't my roster's not broad or deep enough.
Yeah, I think I sent you a message where I was just like, I don't see a path to victory here. I
I
can't.
think that that's a problem for a lot of people. Like, unless you've got Writhsley, I don't see how you can do that last boss without Skirk.
Yeah, like
I've seen people solo it with Writhsley. Like, you don't even need other characters with Writhsley.
yeah,
If you know how Writhsley works and you've got him well geared and maybe a couple of constellations or something to smooth the way, you can do all the way to the hardest difficulty with Writhsley solo. But without that, Skirk will go home. I don't know why they did this for the first round. It seems incredibly cynical. It seemed to me that it would be better off if they did like Primo Geovishap or something like that. That's more
Yeah.
familiar to people and has some mechanics to play around still, but doesn't actually marginalize you down to one of the most underserved elements in the game.
Yeah, because it's right now, that boss is a lock that is shaped like Risley, Skirk, Ganyun, and Ayaka. And if you don't have that shaped key, you're not getting through.
Yeah, there's just not enough. There's not enough cryo DPS in the game to assume that people can do it. And the argument would be, well, there's not really any special reason that they should have to assume that you can do the hardest in-game content in the game. After all, you can get all the Primogems elsewhere. Well, yeah, but this is not really about the strict legalese of it. This is about how are people going to feel about it? Is it going to make people want to participate or make people throw in the towel? That's always the thing, right? Like, the Imaginarium Theatre is an outrageously unpopular game mode, even with the people that can do it. And why? Because there's no healthy community around it. Why is there no healthy community around it? How can there be? Hardly anybody can do it.
Yeah, this is not and it's like, even the Lava Dragon is a soft shaped key. Like, if you did not pull Mavwika, or you don't have a competent way to a reliable way to trigger Overload or Burning consistently, you're just kind of screwed on the Lava Dragon because you won't be able to get him into his fire state enough. And the only way I could do it was by combining the two.
I could probably do the Lava Dragon or the Hydro Tulpa. I can't do both because I don't have enough characters. Because both of them really want some pyro.
Yeah.
And I don't have a hard non-specific carry that I can put on Hydro Tulpa and still be successful.
Yeah. I have.
It is possible. Like, I haven't tried like a myriad different teams on it because it's not really very rewarding to do that. I've always got this feeling with like when I fail to accomplish a combat challenge in ZZZ, about 90% of the time I assume it's because I made a mistake. In Genshin, I don't really feel a lot of the time like it was 100% under my control. It feels like, oh well, the control system is sloppy, and there are so many sort of corollary rules that you don't really have control over the scenario.
Yeah, well, in ZZZ, there's a lot of wiggle room for execution that you can do to change up and make yourself get over the line. In Genshin, literally everybody's just a damage hose with relatively simple rotations. So it's just a damage hose numbers game. Like, you either have the pieces you need to open that lock or you don't. You can get a little bit through execution. You can play a little bit better, but it's not going to tip you over the line if you're like barely able to get the boss down at 50% and you need to double your damage because your stuff just doesn't line up the way that you need to kill that boss because the elements are so restrictive in that game. Like ZZZ, you're going to be fighting an uphill battle off element if the boss is off element, but it's not impossible as long as the boss doesn't resist it.
Yeah, although I feel like there are a lot of spoiled people in ZZZ because I saw quite a few times this past cycle of Deadly Assault, people complaining that they couldn't kill the priest because Miyabi wasn't doing enough damage.
Oh, and they skipped uh Yujuan and didn't level up Panda and don't have Fufu.
Well, it seemed more like they didn't think about types at all. Because they've just been using Miyabi as a one-size-fits-all problem solver to everything. And now that it's a boss that strongly contraindicates ice, and therefore Miyabi doesn't work, and they're still just bashing their face against it with Miyabi, assuming that Miyabi should just solve the problem.
Doesn't that thing hard resist ice?
Yes, it does. It's like, well, it's like the difference between weak versus ice and strong versus ice is going to be like 40% of your damage, sort of thing.
Yeah.
So they're going straight from Bringer to the whatchamacallit, I can't remember that thing's name, and they appear not to understand. Like, it's not just that, oh well, they think Miyabi should do more damage or something like that. They appear not to understand about weaknesses at all.
Yeah. It's I think they're also used to early in the game. The roster was so small that a lot of times you just couldn't match the weak element. You just had to go for something that doesn't resist. And then Miyabi came out, and they were just used to, oh, Miyabi can fix it, and she can do literally anything. And there wasn't an ice resistant boss, I don't think, until this current one. And now that Miyabi is marginalized because something actually hard resists her, and you have to use the rest of your roster, they don't know what to do.
Yeah, and well, this is what I'm saying though, because ZZZ has basically not leaned very hard into element generally. Like, it gives you an advantage, but until very recently, it wasn't a decisive advantage. Now that there isn't a one size fits all skeleton key for in game, people are starting to realize that, oh, there's this mechanic called element. Whereas in Genshin, they sort of built and promoted the game around elements. It's just that they've gotten increasingly specific and increasingly niche about it over the course of time.
Yeah.
There's a lot of talk that when an Efa comes out and revives Electrocharged, that it's going to actually make Mizuki relevant, because spreading Electrocharge around is going to be so beneficial, and then people will actually start using Mizuki, because you end up building around element. Like, that's the thing you build around more than anything else. Like, if you're running a Skirk team, you have to build around the freeze reaction. Everything about Skirk's kit structure depends on freeze reactions happening in your proximity. If you don't have that, she's not going to run. The engine won't turn over. So she's sort of like an incredibly narrow character, like even narrower than the sort of Aggravate Hyperbloom team, because at least Aggravate and Hyperbloom could be played as Aggravate or Hyperbloom. You didn't need to play one or the other necessarily.
Yeah, if you get Aggravate charges on the Hyperbloom team that hit the enemy, it's not that big.
Yeah, it's not a loss. You're not strictly speaking, oh, I have to start over. But yeah, I haven't tried running Hyperbloom against Hydro Tulpa, because of course I won't need to put a Hydro character in to get Hyperbloom to work against Hydro Tulpa in theory. But I don't think that I've got the raw damage to get through Hydro Tulpa with running an Aggravate style team as a Hyperbloom team. But I'll have to try.
I have to
how
use Nahida
motivated I am is a bit questionable. I'm thinking of attempting to build towards, because I mean there's still like another 3 weeks or whatever, right? 3 or 4 weeks. So I'm thinking I might try and see if I can build an overload team capable of doing the Lava Dragon before the end of the cycle, and at least get through the 4th one.
Overload can get me close on the dragon, but I can't quite get over the line without Nahida to trigger burning.
We'll see what can happen. I don't really know how it'll all shake out, and the worst case scenario is it's not successful, but I have more characters built, so it gives me a reason to build particular characters.
I basically have no reason to try, because the last boss is a block that I do not have the key for and do not plan to pull a key for.
Yeah, that's the thing that rankles me the most about it. Like, this it feels very cynical because there are so few characters that fulfill that niche. If there was like a 4-star 1.0 tier cryo DPS, then I would be, have at. People are going to be able to do this if they really want to.
Go get
But
the
that's not the
hammer and
case.
beat up a Chatacabra or something.
The teams that I've seen people propose to do it are just like, you need to be so autistically good at the game in order to make that work that it's just not really a feasible route to success. Like, the only way you could do that while ignoring freeze would be if you put all of your best characters in that one team and just overwhelmed it with sheer numbers, then maybe you could do it. But you need those characters elsewhere.
Yeah, it's still not enough for me, even then. The freeze reaction is too important. Because the thing has innate geo resist, it turns out, so Navi can't do it. And I've tried putting Mavweek on that team, and it's not enough.
Anyway, I don't know why they designed it like that, but lots of people have said the same thing, have given the same criticism. Maybe they'll be a little bit warier in future, because I'm not sure that this will actually trigger anybody who wasn't already on the edge of pulling for Skirk to pull for Skirk. Like, I think if you could go either way, then this might have tipped you over. But I think that people who just weren't planning to, they're just going to resent it. They're not going to be encouraged to pull, and you don't really want that situation marketing wise.
Yeah, it has done nothing. I did not intend to pull for Skirk. I was needed to recoup after pulling for Constellations on Navia, and so Skirk was a forced hard skip, and this does not change that scenario for me at all.
Yes, I always, as soon as I pulled Sitlali, I decided I was going to go down the cryo path and build a freeze team. Pulling Mavwika was only because I wanted to pull the Pyro Archon, so that I had the Pyro Archon in case the Pyro Archon was cracked. And hey, guess what? Pyro Archon was cracked.
Great for doing
But,
dailies.
I don't even use it for dailies anymore.
I
use Gurk for that.
If I'm on leyline mode, I don't care. I want those things over as fast as humanly possible, and Mavwika is the fastest. Mavwika and Navia is the best way to knock those things.
I think for me, Mavwika is much slower than Skirk.
Probably
close, because with Skirk, most of the damage is automatic. You just need to go into the center and flail around, and everything will fall over so fast that you won't even be able to get halfway through your rotation. Whereas in Mavwika, you can run into the situation where the last button you pressed was your ult, and it doesn't quite charge up in the next one, and things like that. Like, there's jank situations where 1 in 3 ley lines will end up not quite working the way they're supposed to, whereas everything in the Skirk cooldown is the Skirk rotation is a very short cooldown.
I forget if that's it's just tempered Quimitrus, but it's
Chicken is about to have bad time, is what you're saying.
I brought the hammer.
I'll just stick around. So yeah, I'm not happy about the way they designed that. I like the theory though. This is what I wanted. I wanted a boss mode that you could play in multiplayer. That's what I wanted. This was my most requested thing, other than Story Archive. It's just that number one, I don't know what it is about I don't know why they're so precious about giving out rewards. Like, there is no reason that it can't just be a multiplayer thing. Like, either you want to foster a community or you don't. I don't care if the prestige layer is single player only, but I want to be able to play through everything else in multiplayer. Just let me. Stop being a dick. It's as simple as that. Like, you gating the rewards so that you can do it, you can play it, you can overcome that challenge, but we're not going to give you a reward because you were doing it in multiplayer. Like, that just strikes me as dickish. I don't see how it benefits your ecosystem in any way. But that's what they've decided to do, and it's what I'm going to complain about in the next feedback. Oh my goodness, my Sacred does not know what it's doing. It's just running in circles. It's Chicken, man. Chicken's always in the same place. But yeah, so yeah, that's quite silly. ZZZ, I love playing Fufu. Like I have so much fun playing the Fufu Yishin team. Like I like playing it. I like playing it a lot. It's in terms of on-field characters, my favorite on-field character to play like actively is still Caesar, but there are no team comps where it's like overtly super beneficial to have her on team on field a lot of the time. Like she does want to be generous allocating her field time to other characters. However, she's my favorite to play on field, and basically the Fufu Yishin team is a way of doing that with a team that's actually able to function completely, because it's got the stun capacity and it's got the sort of the counter long on field time with a single character style that I like. Like I jam Astra into every single team, and it's not just because Astra is cracked. It's because I prefer the two character format to the 3 character format, and that's Astra is basically de facto 2 character team, right? That's the point. Yeah, it's true that it's more efficient to play Astra actively than to just set and forget her, but that's not the game I want to play. I want to play the 2 character team a lot of the time. I just like that format better. There's less to think about. I can focus more on my meager action skills can be focused on actually playing the game as opposed to thinking about my rotation.
Yeah,
So I prefer to do it that way.
And Astra is perfectly fine just being the sit and forget. I don't know how much the gain is for actively min-maxing her and using her, but you can sit and forget and just pop back to her to fine. I do that when I'm not in the mood to brain very hard with her.
I try to do that, except that I often don't know how to get her when I need the ult. It's like, how do I get to Astra again?
You gotta. Thank you, Fextra Life, for blowing. I was looking up how to get the. Oh no.
What?
Extra Life might just have crashed everything.
What have you done? Why did you fix your life?
I opened it to look up how to get the clerk fin braces and left the stupid thing going on.
Definitely gonna be the arena.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if that broke everything, but you can blame Fextra Life if it did. The stream appears to still be going, so I think we're good. So, sorry about that.
Having fun setting fire to the foliage there.
Yeah. Oh, I accidentally caught him on the upswing.
Welcome to my world. It sucks here.
Ooh.
But yeah, I really enjoy playing that team. And so I don't have any regrets about my pulls this patch. Like it's all just worked out exactly the way I wanted. I'm looking forward to Alice as well, because Alice is basically functionally she's sort of like a hybrid between Yanagi and Caesar and Jane. Like she's got the ability to trigger, disorders without like the polar disorder, basically. Although she doesn't trigger them freely the way Yanagi does. She triggers them using her ult only, but it does allow you that extra disorder. And her structure in terms of use is like Miyabi, but she's got the on-field counter style that Yishin and Caesar do. She doesn't need to dodge directly. She can just, go to face with her special instead and accomplish the same thing that way. So she's basically right down my alley as far as characters that are relatively simple to play but still rewarding. So I'm looking forward to pulling her in the second half of the next patch that comes out. I'm still a bit iffy about Yuzuha. I'll probably have to tool around with her in the trial or something to try and work out exactly how she works, but she seems like the purpose-built anomaly support, basically. in that she supports Anomaly directly, but in a very radically different way to the sort of pseudo support that you get out of, say, Vivian.
Yeah. I will
And that
almost
she can stick her effect to a character, to an enemy, and then her anomaly gen will then inherit the next element that hits it.
yeah. I am very keen to pull for Alice at least because basically I
But
need a
you've got dodge trap.
I do, but I need a replacement for teams that don't need a support and just need to trigger more anomalies with the Jane Bernice team.
Oh, so you're saying Yuzuha? Because you said Alice. Alice
Oh
is
yeah,
basically
yeah. That's
dodge rat with a different style.
that's the one I meant. I'm gonna get them mixed up until they come out. But yeah.
So Yuzuha is umbrella wielder too, and Alice is the rapier wielder.
So I might do some token pulls for Alice just because I don't need another person to do physical anomaly, but you know, blonde, ain't she?
Your threshold is not very high. At any rate, I'm not like just gonna crack the wallet for every little thing, so I am being a little bit more judicious about where I put my polychrome. But I'm still, because Fufu was good to me, I'm still sitting on a reasonable amount of polychrome.
And you desperately need a physical anomaly answer for a lot of these things that have been popping up.
I need a physical anything. I don't have a physical anything. So yeah, I basically when something is weak against physical, I play on-field Caesar, which is not really ideal. They don't have any solo weakness physical in the game yet, though, do they? Like there's no enemy which has physical as the only weakness of no enemy of note like that.
I think everything that's weak to physical usually is also weak to fire.
Thugs are usually physical ice, I think.
Possibly.
There's one class of thug that's physical ice, and the other one is physical fire.
Yeah, but there just haven't been enough physical offensive units for them to really get away with it. So I think that's why it's like that.
But everybody's got Billy.
Everybody does have Billy.
I keep seeing people post Billy showcases of like Billy absolutely shrieking Deadly Assault when the opponent resists physical and stuff like that. There are some people who are very dedicated to Billy. But yeah, looking forward to adding those to the lineup. But that means that I haven't been able to polish a lot of my characters' builds because I've been furiously farming physical chips. Need more physical chips. Basically, but it looks based on what I'm observing, I think I'm about to hit Denny poverty as well the next time I pull a character and try and build them.
Oh yeah, this week has been totally Denny restock for me.
I don't have that many Denny's left. It is looking like it's going to be a bad time for me before too long. Oh dear, oh dear. But yeah, it seems like it's going to be a slightly more low-key type of story in the next patch. But did you watch the
I have not
stream?
yet. Did not watch
this. I quickly flicked through it. It seems like it's a little bit more sort of lower key than the last one in some respects. More like this time is going to be basically Porcelumex trying to clean up their image politically after sort of the calamities that took place in the previous patch. So they're going to be sending like safety inspectors and that around in a relatively insincere attempt to make it look like they care about their employees at all. And Alice is one of those ones who's sort of been deputized to that because she's from a well-respected Tops family. But generally speaking, her family in the lore is considered to be very respectable compared to most Topps families. So how she got drawn into that, it's not really that clear at this stage. We'll have to wait and see how that all shapes out. But yeah, that's the story's also going to draw in Yuzuha and the big beefy guy whose name I don't remember.
Oh, the not furry.
The definitely got 4-star vibes guy.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's a member of the Spook Shack as well. The Spook Shack being a in-universe message board for people who basically follow ghost stories and urban legends and stuff. But they end up pulling Allison later in the story for some reason. It's not, of course, that's not something they're going to air yet because it would be spoilers. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how all that shakes out. There's going to be a few bits and pieces changed. It didn't look like there was anything groundbreaking. It looks like there's an absolute ton of side content as usual, including they've decided that they're going to try their hand at the racing genre as well.
Oh dear.
Since Star Rail did it, except theirs is not lane based, but it's also seems to be time trial based. So rather than having other races on the track, but it looks like everybody's trying to branch out in that direction right now, which makes sense from a commercial perspective since Neverness to Everness is coming out, and that's sort of vehicle based as a competitor.
Yeah.
So yeah, indicating that you've got something to offer that quarter is kind of useful from a commercial perspective. But yeah. But as for this week, it's basically been I need more physical chips. I need more physical chips. I need more physical chips. That's pretty much been the week in CCZ. I still haven't done the side quests because I've been busy farming physical chips instead. Because both Yuzuha and Alice are physical, which means I need 500 physical chips and all of the Denny's on Earth. Right, the whatchamacallit, elephant in the room is Star Rail, who dropped their big 3.4 patch. And do you want to have a big discussion about this or what?
More of it's going to slip out of my mind if we wait. But
because if we're going to have a big discussion on this, I need to go to the bathroom first. If we're just going to gloss over it because you need more time to chew on it, then
let's go to a break anyway, because I get the feeling we'll sprawl out on the stuff anyway. And then we can get started on that. So I will throw the break screen up, and we will be right back. And we're back. And I hope that everything's still running good. It appears to be, based on what YouTube is saying. Right. So before the break, we said we'd do Star Rail, but we're just going to quickly blitz my week because there ain't anything in there really. And with it hanging over us in the back afterwards, I don't really.
But I still drink.
Yeah. So I've been going through the Shadowverse story again. And that charge attack on the Conga level was sleeping. But yeah, so my week has been completely consumed by work that's drained my active brain completely. So I've not done any substantive gaming aside from one thing that is totally out of left field, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But mostly, I just want to see the Shadowverse story again and go through it again. So I've been steadily going through it the past few weeks. There's a lot of story there. So even though I've been following this pattern for 3 weeks now, I'm still not caught up. Basically, what this means is I needed a video game to just be something to do with my hands. And I thought to myself, well, how can I get some money out of this Switch 2 that I bought without having to actually give Nintendo even more money? Like, oh, I've got these games that I just never finished or barely started from the Switch 1 that I can just go ahead and check off the to-do list. And one of those was Super Mario 3D World. And for those that don't know, 3D World was the kinda sorta half 3D, half 2D one, where the world itself was 3D and you controlled it 3D, but the level selection in the world and how you progress through the game is very much like the 2D Mario games, where you pick a what you call it, a level, and just do it, and that's that. So it's okay as a game. The base game is way too easy, but it's an okay time. It's not the most incompetent Mario game I played. It's not the best Mario game I played. It's just junk food. That is until you get to the end of the game. And if you have managed to be a idiot completionist like I am, and went out and got all the stars in every level. There's 3 hidden stars in every level. And you touch the top of the flagpole in every level and find the hidden stamp in every level, which is just collectible. You will unlock the final bonus world, the Crown World. And inside of this world is a level called Champion's Road that is holy crap difficult, and every Mario player is like, it's the second or third hardest Mario level ever put out. That even as far as like bonus difficult levels to do. And it was so rough that I almost gave up on it, but my pride wouldn't let me do that. So eventually I was able to get it, but it took like many hours. But I had a good enough time with it. It was a fun time. But yeah, I cannot say I thoroughly recommend the game to everybody, and I cannot recommend it beyond junk food. And literally when it's not the main focus of your attention, because the base game is so easy, and aside from Champions Road, there's nothing here that's going to challenge your accomplishment. So there's that. This has been ongoing as one of the things in the background that I've been working on, but this week it was the thing I was going on because I just needed something to go on while I was watching the story. I've continued the story and saw the Reveal arc story again. I always love the Reveal story. It's really good. and I will never ever get to talk about it with people. Because nobody, and I mean nobody, has played the Shadowverse story. So yeah, I've just kind of resigned to my fate there, I suppose.
Well, these stories take so long to watch. Like,
Yeah.
you keep talking about how long it
Oh.
takes you. It's like, why? You're not selling it to me. I've got so little free time.
Well, there's no getting around that. Their story patches were very substantive and built up over the course of 4 years. Like, there's just a crap load of story there. So it's just part of it. And I love the Reveal story. I made a clip that after this Congalala stops Congalaling on us, I will go try and throw it in the live show chat thing so you can see it, of just one of the characters from Velsar time travels back with a group of characters to before the world became Velsar and was still Reveal, and they learn about Aishilindrig, and he just goes, "That's a name?" Okay, while the Congalala is running, I will find it, throw it in there. But yeah, it's just a grand old time. I gotta find it, and I think I sent it to Paul somewhere in our there it is. But from the whole story.
The incredulity.
So, aside from
Is there an in-universe explanation for why his name is retarded?
the Drock's about the best you're gonna get when he just is like, "That's a name." I love how his voice, the English voice actor, makes his voice crack when he says that, just from raw surprise. Oh, Shugama. Shugama just did a power attack on the Congalala while it was sleeping for over 1,000 damage.
Well, that was a thing.
That's all quests in the forest complete for that weekly. Now go away, Shugama. So yeah, I thoroughly enjoy that story still. Moving on to the Langcrest story, which has a lot of great character moments, but overall just ain't the deepest in terms of lore, and it is a very heavy story. So a lot of people don't like it. I don't dislike it. I do think it's weaker than some of the other stories, but it's far from bad like some people like to make it out to be. It's still genuinely good. This isn't a case of it's not even like going from Eden Treaty to Rabbits 1. It's like going from Eden Treaty to like Game Development Club 2. Like, it's a step down, but it's still pretty dang good.
Yeah, it's a step down, but only if you squint.
Yeah. So Lanecrest is still fine. I think the concept of the main character Verdilia and why she is in the situation she's in, and the mistakes she made in her past, and all her character flaws is very, very interesting. And I think maybe the final villain in air quotes comes a bit out of left field in that one, and that's another reason people don't like it. But it's on a rewatch, you can see the foreshadowing. It's just not the one you would initially assume based on the trope Shadowverse usually uses for its villains. Because normally the villains in Shadowverse are there are very few redeeming qualities, and this one also has no redeeming qualities, but you don't know that until the finale. But her being the main villain is still telegraphed on a rewatch, so I really enjoy it. Lanecrest is probably one of the easier ones if you were just to start the Shadowverse story to get an idea what you're getting into. It's like, say it's like, if you watch it raw on YouTube, it's an hour and a half for Verdilia's story, 30 minutes for her two student stories, and then like 2 hours for the finale for a full complete story. You
Is
won't.
this one of those things though where like there is a particular order you have to watch stories in?
Yes and no. The only thing you'll be missing out of the Lanecrest story is you'll be missing the context for what a keeper is. But basically, they're giant eldritch abominations that exist on a higher plane of existence as pseudo deities that people can channel uh, by praying to them. And if you call down a keeper on your world successfully, your world is screwed. It's going to destroy it. There is precisely one keeper that does not just want to insta delete the world and actually wants to protect it. And that's the one of the ones in Reveal.
So are they not capable of just doing it autonomously?
They need a vessel. They need a person to possess to channel their power through. They need a sentient entity with enough magical potential and power for them to possess to channel their force through.
What's in it for the host, or does the host only looking at the end result?
The host, they will promise the host things like, we'll bring serenity to your world, but that will mean total stasis for it and everybody trapped in a dream. Or we'll cleanse the filth of your world, so somebody driven by revenge that just doesn't care will call down the Keeper of Purgation, and this means the whole world gets lit on fire.
So does this mean that generally speaking, people don't know about these things?
They don't.
Generally speaking, they don't know that there is a class of thing called keepers that are bad news bears.
They will hear the whispers of the keepers if they're particularly magically attuned, and they will call them down, thinking that they're calling a higher entity to empower them for some goal, without knowing the full context of what it means to become the vessel of a keeper.
So are there circles in which keepers are just a generally known thing?
In the very last arc, they show a culture and a world that knows about keepers and is actively trying to keep one off of their world. So some worlds do know about them, but most worlds just seem to not until one gets called down and starts causing problems.
So it's just an apocalyptic disaster that will arrive as soon as somebody decides that they're going to chant the wrong thing in a pentagram of blood.
Yeah, once somebody with enough magical juice and potential pulls one down, you're just kind of screwed. And the whole point of the main story is the cast going around from world to world, stopping the keepers and trying to hunt them down.
So does the host just become a gateway, or does
they get full possessed
off the host? If you off the host, is the keeper also no longer able to access the world?
If you kill the host, the keeper is kicked out of the world. They don't have a vessel anymore.
Right, so they don't become a gate through which the keeper comes. They become the embodiment of the keeper in that location.
Yeah, it's a full-blown possession. So if you kill the host, the keeper goes back to spirit form, stuck in whatever higher dimension they come from. Now, the keepers do have agents.
Do the keepers have an agenda, or are they just a force that wants to annihilate things because reasons?
That's the big mystery of the story for a long time, and one of them, Nerva, is not just a force of nature. She eventually, through convoluted means, develops her own sense of objective and ways of doing things that are outside her portfolio. And this is what causes her to be a particularly big problem, because she just wants to experience things like human emotion and the vast different ways it can pop up. Like the Empyrean Inn arc is all about Nerva whispering to the people in a world to invite her in because she wants to experience joy. And this place was supposed to be created as a dream world between life and death, where people that have gone through something particularly harrowing can get pulled into to mentally recoup and check in some of their most painful memories, so that they don't have to deal with them while they're there until they're ready to go back to their world. And she whispers to somebody to kill the innkeeper and just make it a permanent party all the time, and trap everybody in that Twilight Zone episode of, where you're in hell, but it's actually casinos and hookers all the time, and you're having a great time. And you go up, you're like, oh, I don't deserve to be here. I need to go to hell because I wasn't this good of a person. What do you mean? This is hell. So it's that one's particularly messed up in how it really screws with people's minds that are on that world. But that's what the keepers do, or Nerva in particular, going around trying to experience human emotion through the warped uh, perspective of an Eldritch Abomination, and that causes all kinds of problems. So, but Lanecrest has very little keeper involvement until the very end with the very last villain, where we actually see an agent of a keeper that actively works without on a planet physically without being a keeper themselves, but they're never expanded on beyond this character. So I don't know.
Seems nonsensical.
Yeah,
Like what possibly could you profit from doing that?
he is insane. So
Oh.
like, yeah, the guy is just a little crazy, but it's it do be what it be there. But it's, if you know what the keepers are, you could probably do the Lanecrest story okay. I forget just how hard the ending leans into it with the final villain, but all the characters in that story are not the usual main cast. None of the usual main cast shows up in that one. It's just an aside to a side story, basically, that where they were trying a whole lot of new experimental storytelling techniques. Some of them worked, like making the story more linear and less combat focused, for less gameplay. Tell proper character stories and integrating flashbacks as side stories instead of randomly injecting them in the main story to let you explore the characters as much as you want or as little as you want. But
So how much story arc is in the new one? Like how much have they released?
The prologue and the first one of the character stories. So the way that Shadowverse's original story opens up is the roughest start for new player and why players, and why I don't recommend people watch the story of Shadowverse from the beginning and to pick one of the arcs that's a bit more engaging, because they released it with the prologue, and then over time they released one class at a time, and you saw the perspective of the very first world. I forget what it's called, the home world of the main cast. You would see their perspective on the story each time their story got released, but there's a lot of repeats doing that. So you see a lot of repeat scenes if you watch it start to finish, which means you need to sit there with your finger on the skip button or tab over to the skip button if you're going to do the rewatch there. I did that this time. And it's a lot of skipping you got to do because a lot of stuff just gets repeated. And they seem to be doing something similar in structure to the release, where each class is getting its own release, but each character is from a different world. So there won't be the repeat problem that the original Shadowverse has. So we have the prologue and the Portalcraft leader's story, who appears to be the poster girl this time. The Forestcraft leader, Arisa, was the poster girl for the last one, and she was the story last time. So they seem to be following that format, but they have not released any more story yet. And their release cycle for story is eclectic. They will sometimes drop like 2 hours worth of story quests within 2 weeks of each other, back to back. And sometimes it can be multiple months before you get a whole character story.
So they don't have a disciplined cadence like Ho-Yo games do.
No. Their raw output is good, but there is no cadence to it. It is when it's done. And when it's done seems to be entirely based on what the story calls for and how long it's going to be because of the way it's written, that particular character.
I mean, the unions are spitting the dummy at this point in time for recording.
Yeah. So, well, the English voice in this one, there's a whole lot of British accents, so I get the feeling they just didn't hire English voice actor or US voice actors.
This is the bed they made for themselves.
Yeah. So but yeah, the main story with the main cast going on is good too, but to get your feet into the Shadowverse universe before you sit through the problem, I would recommend starting with like Lanecrest or the Empyrean. The Empyrean Inn might actually be a better starting point, but I think Lanecrest is more interesting character wise to get you.
I don't know.
To it.
Like when it comes to starting a story, though, the thing which will be the driving force for me is not, oh well, will I attach to the characters? You think a lot about that. I don't think about that at all. Like I just think about autism, basically.
they're
I want to see. I want to see everything constructed the way the author was trying to construct it from the ground up, in the order that they tried to deploy it.
yeah, the only writing change they've made at all for Shadowverse they've talked about before was they're given free reign over there to write the story however they want, and they'll take as much time as they need to put the story mode together. Uh, but there was one change they made because of a character's popularity, where Mono was supposed to die. But people liked Mono so much that they decided not to kill her.
I'm not really a fan of needlessly killing characters off either. Like, if it would be really meaningful for a character to die because their story is finished, then fine. But
Oh,
just
yeah.
killing characters with dramatic effect is not something that I'm particularly impressed by.
Well, it was supposed to be a build up payoff for something particular with Mono, where Mono is the oldest of the robot sisters from Iolon, and she's installed with a prototype drive in her that she can turn on that lets her overclock herself and go in super mode and can keep up with like Arias the super vampire. But it destroys her more and more the longer she uses it. And so it's eventually supposed to be that she has a final fight and takes out a big bad, but she's blown her load with her uh, alpha drive, and now has just got to die because she's overused it. But the players liked Mono so much that they changed that, and it's the only change they made to the story. And they say they kind of regretted it because it doesn't fit as well narratively with their character. So they spent a obsessive amount of time thinking of how to salvage it, and they salvaged it by eventually Arias and Mono get together in the finale.
And get a little cottage with a white picket fence.
Probably a bloodstained picket fence with heads on it. He is a crazy evil vampire. Well, he's not crazy. He's just a blood knight in the truest sense. So he just wants fight strong dudes.
Well, so does Goku.
Yeah, but Arias is more willing to murder zillions of people to force strong dude out if he has to. So yeah, I recommend the Shadowverse story if anybody can fit it in. If people want to go through it.
Maybe I can like put it as like dinner viewing over several months or something.
It is perfectly fine to slap it on the other monitor in English. The English dub is not bad. They actually actively fired bad voice actors. The only one that survived was Selena in Reveal, and she is fine until the very last arc where it had been so long since she recorded that character, she just forgot what she was doing, and she doesn't have a native Southern accent, so it comes off as the most fake Southern accent of all time. Because we're in the Wild West, so we all have to have a Southern twang to our voice in Reveal.
Which part of the South, though?
Generic Hollywood South.
Because if you were in the Wild West and then you did Louisiana Southern, that wouldn't quite fit, would it?
No, there are no Cajuns there, but it's really good. I love Schillendrig's English voice especially. I think the way his actor pulls it off is good. Arias has the best vampire voice I've ever heard in English, and it does take some of the actors.
Best in isolation as a voice, or is it best in terms of like playing up to the classic trope?
Playing up to the classic vampire, like you are the chaotic evil vampire. His voice is the best rendition of it I've heard, and the worst part of it is whatever contract he signed made him uncredited, so we still don't, to this day, don't know who did it. Who plays Arias?
Like Eastern European?
Yeah, like Eastern European. Yeah, he has a very distinct accent that is not like Commonwealth English or American English. I suppose it fits pretty well with Eastern Europe English.
Well, they don't speak English in Eastern Europe. That's why it's distinctive.
Yeah, yeah. It's almost like he's channeling the accents that were used like in the classic monster movies
The
without,
classic Bram Stoker
yeah,
style.
not quite going I va tu sakya blah, but going as close as you can get and still be taken seriously. And it sounds really unique and good. Well, not unique, but just good. It's like when you if you hear his voice, you've heard it before. You've heard somebody do a vampire like that before, but he keeps it consistent the whole way through and just does a great job the whole time.
I suppose that's the advantage that most vampires have in like cinema, for instance, is they usually don't have the lion's share of lines. That's the hero's job.
Yeah, but Arias is one of the core 8. Like only Arisa and
Because
Eric out talk him.
I guess I don't know what Renfield vampire sounds like.
That's true. So yeah, that's the Shadowverse story. It is a perfectly fine other monitor story if you just glance over occasionally at what's going on. It's because it's a pure visual novel. So if you
So
can,
they're just cutouts.
yeah, like they do add animation and stuff later, slowly, and full
When the
game
budget
CGs.
expands.
Yeah, as the budget gets bigger, they start adding CGs to stuff, but it's very slow over time, and there are not very many. Like you'll get occasional CGs that are just card artwork blown up with animation on it, a little bit of glowy effect on it sometimes, but it's mostly just heads talking and bouncing around.
Are there any arcs that are shitty, irrelevant, and just a waste of your time?
Uh, the first the first arc can be rough due to repeats. The second arc is where they're finding their feet. It has ups and downs, but overall I don't think it's bad. Although it does have the only English voice actor that is just awful the whole way through. I forgot about Nicola. Uh, but he only appears in Luna's story. Um, if you don't care about character stuff, Luna's story in Eilon might not resonate well with you because it's kids being kids. Like they're not actively trying to stop the plot. It's just trying to show that Luna is a child and the childlike mind of a newly awakened sentience robot that has not participated in robot society very much, so is still very young minded. And that they're doing things like sitting in the junkyard and playing make the tunnel where they build a pile of stuff from the graveyard and then dig tunnels in it and make it into a little fort. Like it's just stuff kids would do because they do a very good job writing Luna as just a kid, but it's all character stuff like that. And Luna, it does have important parts with Luna dealing with learning to deal with loss better and how to interact with people when they make her mad. But that's all character stuff. So if character stuff doesn't do it for you, you might be able to skip Luna's story there. Uh, and let's see what's after Iolon. Worlds Uprooted. I like all of Worlds Uprooted. I don't think any of that's bad. And then the conclusion to both the Iolon and the Worlds Uprooted story takes place together. The two paths reverge because the party gets split. Half of them go to Iolon, the robot world, and half of them go to Natera, the nature world.
I should have said the people who are least suited for each.
They almost did. They they sent the I guess they did send Orisa to the forest world because there's too many.
Sending Orisa to the forest is too easy. Orisa should have gone to the machine world.
Yeah, and Orisa, her stories are probably the most bland aside from their away moments when Orisa gets to actually have a character. Like when
Much like a character design, my goodness.
yeah, like when Major Fluffy Butt appears and she goes into full "I want to take him home with me" mode.
Because Orisa is like one standard unit wood elf.
Yeah, she is one standard unit wood elf that is incorruptible, pure pureness, the nature loving hippie. Like she is the most stock elf, pure of heart elf girl you've ever seen in fiction. They actually twist this against her because she's the only main character to go to Reveal. And the conclusion of Reveal's story the first half of her Veil story, which ends in defeat, is her naivety is the reason that they get defeated. Her the bad guy is here, I'll have to defeat them is the downfall of her Veil and why the Belsar arc has to happen and time travel shenanigans are needed.
And does she have to reckon with this being her fault?
She does not learn from it immediately until Flo S comes back later in the final arc and reminds her. So, because Arisa's not particularly bright either. She's not stupid, but she just doesn't engage her brain.
She knows
very
about
much.
plants.
Like, yeah, she hangs out with the forest animals and spirits and thinks on the level.
She's a Disney princess.
Yeah, pretty much. She doesn't have to do much thinking. So she just be like that. Veil story's really good. Belsar's story, you can probably only watch Sekka and Alucard's story and try not to laugh your butt off when you see just how much of a ripoff of Castlevania Alucard is. But those two are good. Kagero and Drock's story, they're good but entirely character focused. So if you're not into that, you can consider aborting it. You might want to skip Kagero's story anyway, because that's if you do decide to go the listen to it route, because Kagero's story is told in the style of traditional Japanese theater, and this means unvoiced narration overlays. Kind of like what's the style of theater I'm thinking of? But yeah, instead of have instead
that's the one that everybody's over dramatic.
Yeah, but instead of it having narration happening, the narration is just laid as a text on screen, so you won't be able to on if you're just listening to it. But the rest of the Belsar story is fine. Drox is entirely character focused and about Drock being a dumb teenager that can't accept responsibility. But and him getting over that. But the conclusion arc for Ravel and Belsar is good. Is really, really good actually. And then Empyrean Inn is after that. Pretty much all of Empyrean Inn is good. The two dragons in that one have the least impactful story and is entirely character focused, but it's good. I don't recommend skipping it. You have Lane Crest after that. Lane Crest is a fully linear story where you can't skip any of it, but I don't think any of it's bad. And after that, you have Whispers of Purgation, which is a very, very long linear story of like 16 hours for the finale. So aside from the first few arcs, there's after the intro story, there is the Guilds of Isunia, which is discount Ravnica. They're still finding their feet with both the character acting and the writing there. None of it's just outright bad. I think it's worth going through all the stories, but you're definitely going to see a bit of awkwardness as they're telling that story. But after that, we get to Iolon and things kick off pretty well, and you're off to the races. The real challenge is going to be getting through if you decide to watch it in linear order, going through the intro arc because of just the raw repeats going on of the characters that you'll have to skip through or just keep on in the background. And the Guild Wars story arc in Isunia has probably the most disconnected stuff in terms of what you're interested in with the operation of the world and the universe, because it's just not super fleshed out. They come back later with side stories to fix that, but it's much later when those stories are set, and you need to get to them naturally.
Yeah, for me, it's not so much that I'm way more obsessed about those and I don't care about characters. It's more that my autism will start to balloon out of proportion if there's something that is just like being taken for granted but fundamentally unexplained.
Yeah, the only arc that's probably going to trigger that, in terms of the information it gives you, is Isunia, because they just did not come and flesh it out enough until later. Ialon a little bit, you just won't know the fine details of how Ialon works, and because we abandon Ialon, we never really will. But
He's like, the current patch for Star Rail nearly went down that road for me, but thankfully Final hung a lampshade on it at the very end,
yeah,
so it was all okay in the end.
yeah. So yeah, there's plenty there. I think everything after Ialon you'll be fine with. And Ialon is pretty okay. It's in terms of its consistency and what it presents. It's because it's all the entirety of the world is run by one single sadistic megalomaniac. Uh, it it makes things not very well explained in how the operation of the world, the logistics of anything works, because it's all one dude that runs everything, and he is certifiably insane and acts like a child. But his English voice is amazing. Like his English voice actor just there's not a single piece of scenery that does not have teeth marks on it. Especially in the conclusion arc that where Ialon and Natera routes rejoin and he becomes the main villain again. The artwork also gets a noticeable upgrade at the conclusion of the Natera arc. All the characters have there's something they do really cool at the conclusion of the Natera and Ialon story, where each of the main cast has to appear on Natera if they weren't there, and when they show up in a big dramatic scene that shows off their new artwork for their updated art, and all the characters that are there get some kind of power up that changes their art.
There's a bit of the old 1.0 Atlante in there or something.
Yeah, like the original artwork is really kind of sketchy and made for low resolution and not very detailed or very good at all. As particularly Isabel, the runecraft leader. Her artwork is really bad, and it's made worse in English because they had to edit it. Because she have a lot of cleavage in her default outfit. Like that top cannot go any lower without upping the rating of the game. And they just covered all that up with an undershirt. So her art in particular looks really bad because it's been processed twice with edits on it. But once they get upgraded, all that gets cleaned up and looks much better. So she's the last one to get an upgrade and doesn't get it until after the story's just about done, when they're all wrapping up and they've already beat the big bad. So yeah, I recommend going through it at some point if you just want a good story to put on in the background. That it can work if you're playing a game like Monster Hunter and you just want to farm stuff that you have on muscle memory. It'll be perfectly fine for that, and just slap it on in the background. The only thing is the first two arcs are a little rough to get through. Yeah, the first two arcs are a little bit rough to get through. But you can do either Empyrean Inn or Lane Crest if you want to jump in to see where they're eventually going to get to first before you start. I actually recommend that to get hooked, so that you know what type of story you're getting into later. But you can start from the beginning if you choose.
So that jumping into the middle of a story is like completely anathema to me.
Yeah, it's just
like, you can't even stomach the thought.
Yeah, the only reason
it will. The thing is that if I get hooked on a story, then I will have to watch the earlier ones, but that will make them more of a chore because my expectations will have been set too high.
Yeah, the only reason I even make that as a passing recommendation is because those two stories are so isolated from the main cast, and it just focuses on worlds affected by the Keepers, and all that will play into the meta narrative is what Nerva was doing. Like, why did she take a look at this world? But if you start from the beginning, you'll you'll just once you're past the first two arcs, things will go a lot better. But the first arc is 8 stories that repeat a lot, and a finale that does not answer any questions and sets up everything. And the the second arc is good, but still finding its feet, and then you're on Iolon, and things are pretty good to go. Couple
Do you
stumbles here and
feel
there,
like
but sure should be
do you
good.
feel like the new game is starting on the right foot?
It's starting on the right foot in that it didn't abandon the previous story, even though we did have a 16-hour long conclusion and a super finale. Uh, they have not abandoned all their writing and work, and that like knowing that Dreitzen is from Iolon helps a lot with the story. Her character story is good and establishes her character, but without a conclusion to an arc to see how they're going to structure these stories and where they're going with the main cast and how much they're going to utilize them and whether they'll eventually go to spin-offs in other worlds where only a few of the main characters show up, or if they're going to keep it consistent with the main cast like they did for the first half of Shadowverse. It's a little hard to say, but I like what they've got so far. It's seems to be going in a good similar direction with a whole lot of mysteries and setup at the beginning, and will very slowly get payoffs. And since I know they're willing to shell out to really push that story mode and make sure they everybody that likes it gets what they want at the end, the story just won so many bonus points from me when that finale finally came out with so many questions hanging over, and they're like, nah, the reason it took forever is because we need to wrap the story, but we're not leaving anything unanswered. So here's your 16 hours worth of story that covers everything to ensure you get a conclusion to every little part of everything.
Well, condolences to them for launching their sequel on Uma Musume Street.
Yeah, and releasing. Yeah, I really am curious what caused the delay. It must have been something catastrophic with the actual programming of the game.
It's like my feed, my social media feed has been 100% Horse Girl for days.
Yeah.
And I don't even play that or follow anybody who does.
Yeah. So yeah, that's all I got for recommending it. I'm currently at Lanecrest, and I'll be going through the finale probably all of next week on the other monitor as I do other stuff. Because the finale is so dang long.
Unfortunately, that's not a possibility for me because I have to do real work with my hands. So
yeah, I've been very busy at the office, and it's been draining my brain every day. But I haven't had to stay late for anything, so I've been able to get home and do stuff that doesn't require too much push. But it has paid off, thankfully. I did get a big sale. I have people trying to call and get spec credit on something that I had to respec, and trying to find out how to placate them enough so that they don't screw with me in the future, and not give them anywhere near what they're asking for because they did a terrible job. And that's a huge not even office politics, just this particular field's drama that goes on occasionally, and that's been a mess because it's all dealing with people and trying to play to personalities and trying to get reads over phone calls, which is difficult.
yeah, I feel like this is the type of world that Donald Trump lives in, and the main people that are criticizing him on geopolitics don't live in that world.
Yeah,
and the reality is that it's a more effective way of leading a country in the modern world in terms of geopolitics. You need to be able to play to the individuals, because especially if you're dealing with people in Eastern Europe or the Middle East, you need to play to the person, because they're all potentates over there. They don't have the giant EU bureaucracy dictating what happens. The leader dictates what happens. So if you want to deal with them, you need somebody who works in that world and knows how to play personality.
Yeah, and then he also has an understanding of the business aspect of this business, interpersonal communication, where you need to play to the individuals on these, with these countries that have a bigger focus on however they style their individual leaders. If it's one or a few dudes running something, but with the Western countries, you notice he busts out the sledgehammer, just a gorillion% in tariffs, unless you do something stupid, or if
But
you're doing
even
something
that,
stupid.
even that's like would be incorrect to say that that's unserious, but it would also be uh incorrect to say that, oh well, this is actually a serious policy proposal.
Yeah, I think he
Like
means that he will go.
this is part of the process. This is part of the process.
It's the
It's
only way
not
to bust the
a
bureaucracies that are around. You have to make your offer scary enough that they have to not push pencils around it and respond immediately.
but what I'm more talking about though is like Middle Eastern potentates in that, because you can't treat them like faceless bureaucracies. Like they are individuals that have their sort of their sense of pride and dignity,
Yeah,
and they need to be treated like people, not like business entities.
yeah, you can't.
And anybody who has actually been successful in business knows that people who are successful in business don't treat people like business entities,
Yeah,
because most people simply don't think that way.
yeah, and it's anathema to the way the current Uniparty runs everything, where it treats everyone as just a robot.
Everybody's sort of like a fungible labor unit or whatever,
Yeah, but
or a fungible amount of military assets, or a fungible this or a fungible that, interchangeable with any other example of the same kind.
yeah, so the sledgehammer approach won't work on these Middle Eastern countries as much as just or these smaller countries that are run by.
Well, the thing is, you could sledgehammer them, but all you will do will be to create an eternal grudge,
Yeah, or
because they hold grudges. A business entity doesn't hold a grudge. A business entity will only look at what's profitable.
yeah, but
Whereas a Middle Eastern leader will do what will assuage his pride.
whereas yeah, so yeah, that's the thing I've been
So it's
dealing with.
not about practicality. It's about what will make people happy.
Yeah, so that's where I've been at with work, and there's just been a lot of jobs going on. I'm going start to finish from 8 to 5, with maybe sometimes taking a breather if I'm in hurry up and wait mode for about 30 minutes, and that's about it. Like it's just been nonstop, go go go, and I get home and
Non-stop 8 to 5 would be a luxury for me.
I've just been exhausted getting home, just from the raw amount I have to try and speed through without screwing up. And oh boy, do I hate engineers even more. They have been trying to pile more work on top of me, and I just don't have time to deal with their crap right now.
The only reason that you hate engineers so much is that you don't have a corporate boss to deal with, because they are much worse, I'm here to tell you.
Oh, I'm sure I would hate them even more. But at the moment,
Like engineers are simple animals that can be led around like a pet dog, as far as I'm concerned. It's the corporate bosses that have absolute power over you that are the real problem.
yeah, I will. If my company ever falls through, I will find another way to stay self-employed. I cannot work for a corporate boss. I will kill them.
Outside of the United States, you can't start a small business in the West. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I
This
would
is not an option the rest of us have.
I would murder my boss. So that's that. So yeah, that's all I got for my week. Went on a bit longer than I thought it would, but Earth's not here to time corral
Because you
us.
can't help but shill Shadowverse anytime it comes up,
I just
as
love
hard
that.
as possible.
I just love that story mode, and just will never ever have anybody to talk about it with.
But your like number one talking point is how many hours long it is. Of course, you don't have anybody to talk about it with.
Yeah, it's something. It exists.
If I was still in college, maybe.
So yeah. All right. We can finally jump into thing I'm sure you're itching to jump into.
The elephant in the room. The elephant in the room. Although, again, like I'm not quite sure how much is lodged in my head, because I binged it and finished at 3 a.m. So memories are a little bit shaky in various places, but starting at the start. Honkai Star Rail 3.4 is deployed, and 3.4 was talked up by the by the developers as this is the pivot point for the story, which makes sense. It's the middle patch. So I knew that it was going to be kind of an escapade to deal with, so I didn't touch it until the weekend. I did poke at and have not finished yet, unlike RSL, the event story though, which is charming in its own way, I must say.
I like the event story better than the main story.
I am happy every time Xingqiu appears on screen, because it means that shenanigans are about to ensue.
Look, when we got Xingqiu, Boot Hill, and the Ghost Hunting Brigade, you know it's going to be a good time.
So I've just gotten to the part where the Ghost Hunting Squad appears in the plot. That's as far as I've gotten. I haven't done any more than that because I simply haven't had the time. But yeah, they do not restrain the bird puns at all,
especially with Boot Hill.
Yeah, I kind of like how Boot Hill and Argenti have sort of been cemented as just a package deal at this point.
It just they are the comedic event duo we pull out if we need to make it even funnier.
Because they could not really be any more mismatched, which is why it was so sort of entertaining to see them share a segment in the concert. It was a particularly fun part of the concert where they tried to mesh those two themes together musically, but yeah, so yeah, it's from what I've seen of it, it's an entertaining little story. It is a match 3 game, which means that either it's going to give like redonkulous advantage to the AI, or you're going to completely sweep the AI, and there's basically no middle ground. There have been times where it's just given the AI a turn, and then the turn just carries on and on and on and on and on and on and on, and I'm sitting there just waiting for it to end. This is why I don't like versus match 3 games.
Yeah,
So,
the AI would like have two of its moves would be super mega moves, and the other one would just be a throwaway simple match 3 move all the time. Once I got past the
yeah, but you've got to wait for it to actually do the throwaway move though, because it seems that's like the AI just gives the computer the opportunity to proceed for as long as it wants. Because I have sat through some unbelievably epic enemy turns. It's like basically there's no point in me even continuing because they're just racking up point after point after point after point after point after point, and there's no end to the turn. It's basically an infinite loop until they just decide to do a nonsense move and end it. On the other hand, I feel like I end up with no options a lot of the time. But yeah, the story portion is just as absurd as everything else that happens on Penacony though so far. It's I'm not going to say anything as aggressive as Aristeel, like, oh, it's better than the main story. But I did enjoy what I've seen of it so far.
Yeah.
I don't have horror stories to tell about pulling the way that Serethus does. So yeah, that's basically Ari's department, and he convinced himself he had no choice but to pull somehow.
It wasn't that the pulls went bad. What happened was I YOLO'd a pull at Triby's banner because like she's the last mechanical character I'm really looking at. I'd have to either only have one character of an archetype for the other archetypes I could build, or I don't have any. And so I'll just shoot a YOLO 10 pull at her and see what happens. And I might throw a couple more 10 pulls as it goes on. And the very first 10 pull, I lost 50-50. I'm like, well, now it's locked in. And if I just go now...
No, it's not. You can just carry it to another banner.
Does it, though, with the triple banners?
Yes, they're just normal character banners.
Okay, I was thinking they were separate. And
I specifically told you that they weren't separate.
So either way, went ahead and threw 80 more pulls at the banner and got Tribby. So that's it for characters as far as what I'm looking at mechanically for the.
Enjoy farming the worst set to farm in the game.
I need to get her a chest piece. I need to get her shoes. I have a extra hat and gloves laying around. She's using a placeholder chest piece and placeholder boots right now. But
This is what everybody loves, the set that balks itself if you roll the wrong stat.
yeah, but I ran that node a crap load, so I had a few pieces laying around that.
Well, maybe you'll be able to tune up your Aglia. I don't know.
Maybe I don't know. May just as soon as I get some more resin, just fix the problem. So yeah, that's happened. So that means probably I will try to cram some pulls for Saber in the time frame we got to get the light cone for
Think
Archer.
about it. For me, if I want to go for that deal, then I'm basically making unforced pulls from start to finish.
Yeah,
There's nothing that I'm desperate for. There are some things that I want, but it's the selfish kind of it would be nice want, not that this will be effective in building my account type of want.
yeah. I have not looked very deeply at the kits of the characters coming out, but I'm mechanically set for now, and the story isn't out yet to attach me to the new characters coming out. So I don't have any immediate pulling plans after that, aside from get Saber eventually.
We've got a long time for those banners, though.
Yeah, so it's that be how it be with those.
Like they've guaranteed at least a third of a year.
But in a way, I'm kind of glad I just got Tribby off my head because now I don't have to think as hard about pulls.
But my income.
Yeah.
How am I going to rent my Tribby to you if you've got your own?
Oh, your Tribby's still going to be better than mine for like eons.
Yeah, my Tribby is pretty cracked.
Yeah,
it's got a reasonable set of gear and it's E1S1, so
yeah, I will not have a Tribby that good, and it will take me forever to get her good HP boots and whatever crit thing she needs for a chest piece without speed on it. So your Tribby's going to be borrowed for a while, and she's still the most easy to just. Oh, I'll just borrow your Tribby instead of using mine because the exact.
There's basically almost to no team compositions that she doesn't function in except Fine on.
Yeah.
Like Fine on hyper carry, she's basically useless for the most part.
Yeah, and the reason this mechanical pull was on the roster to begin with is because despite Castries and Fattest Pony coming out and making Pure Fiction much easier, Jade still would like a friend that can actually get her stacks when Herta can't trigger over and over again in Pure Fiction or has a hard time triggering. So I got her mostly as Pure Fiction insurance to keep me live in Pure Fiction for a few cycles. And because AoE
you don't have a signature for Jade, do you?
No, she's still using the battle pass
one of the new battle pass ones looks absolutely cracked for Jade.
Yeah, she's using the old battle pass one.
But the new one looks absolutely radically better.
Yeah,
specifically for Jade.
So I did buy this battle pass to restock on currency, or restock on pull currency and fuel, because I get the feeling I will need the fuel, and I've tapped myself with completely with the tribute pulls.
Yeah, fuel. I've got plenty of fuel. What I don't have time to spend it because I need to. For me, I need to put 5,000 Trailblaze energy into each piece that I get that's any good, because I just get trash triple flat stats. Like I must be so far on the periphery of the bell curve for the number of pieces I have that have triple flat stats. Like it should be unreasonably uncommon to get this many sets of triple flat stats. But that's like nearly every piece I get has triple flat stats.
Yeah.
And it's just completely, it just goes straight into the grinder because there's no feasible scenario to use it.
Because I spread my time farming over so many days, either I've got a set that's mostly workable at character launch if I grind it ahead of time, or it happens just slowly, and eventually I realize, oh, I've got a piece that's actually better than one my character's got. I don't know how much energy goes into any particular character and getting them workable gear. Very hard to keep track of, especially because of the passive nature of Star Rail farming, where I just
I
turn it
have been
turn on auto
regularly
walkway.
grinding. I've been regularly grinding Black Swan's gear since she came out, and I still don't have an even passable set of gear for her. I just can't get anything to drop.
How many custom
It has
resins you
been,
got?
huh?
How many custom resins
I've
you
got a
got?
few, but not very many because I tend to blow them on characters that are non-functional without particular stats.
I see.
That's what I usually save them for. When like the character is broken without meeting a threshold, because there are a few like that, like Hyacine.
Yeah.
Like Hyacine with sub 200 speed is like, well, you're not really using the character at that point, are you?
Yeah, you need to hit that threshold to really turn Ika into the tactical nuke button.
Yeah, that's usually what I conserve them for because there are quite a few characters like that. But I do have a few in the bank, but until Hisselins comes out, Black Swan is sort of like on regular farming mode rather than I need to craft stuff now mode. But yeah, so I don't have any pull plans coming up for this patch in the particular, but I will probably do some pulling if I smell on the wind that I could feasibly get the light cone for Archer. But I'm sort of neutral on even doing that because I don't have Sparkle, and at present I didn't have plans to pull for her. So the ceiling for Archer is extremely low without Sparkle.
Yeah.
Like he's still usable, but you're sort of using him at half strength kind of thing because you need to basically be able to go ham, and the only enabler for that in the game is Sparkle.
Yeah. It's like all the skill point munchers, and if they release any more, are Sparkle's value will just keep going up as long as those come out, and they don't release another support that can do that.
Well, Sparkle's like a dot character basically. She's part of an archetype that was started and then abandoned, and therefore seems not like she doesn't have much value. But the reality is it's just untapped value.
Yeah, but that whole archetype as it stands now, you cannot turn that engine over without Sparkle.
Yeah, and I'm sort of a neutral on pulling for her. Like the motivation to pull for Sparkle is if I decide that I just want to fill out the Archer whatchamacallit, the amount of pulls that you need. I can't imagine actually pulling her signature light cone. Like it seems like it's not very good value, especially at this particular point. But yeah, it's not off the table because it does enable a character that I know I'm going to get for free.
Yeah,
But it would mean that I have to build Sparkle.
that's
That said, Sparkle uses almost the same gear as Sunday, doesn't she?
Yeah, I think Sunday the set that you get for Sunday swapped with whatever was her best in slot before to be her new best in slot.
And I don't think that there's likely to be any situation where I have to field both of them at the same time.
They would,
because the only team build that uses Sunday and Sparkle is fine on Hyper Carry. And he
Yeah.
has a penis.
Yep. Sunday already maxes you out on the penis quotient per team.
But yeah, so yeah, I'm sort of up in the air on what I'm going to do because there is value to pulling Sparkle, but that would be in aid of getting Archer's Light Cone. And if I pull in the second half, it's like it would be probably pulling Firefly Light Cone, Firefly and Eidolons. And Firefly's first Eidolon is extremely valuable because it sets its SP cost during burst to 0, which basically means you're never going to have SP problems in a Firefly Super Break team ever again. Like,
Yeah.
that's just never going to be a concern. End of story.
Because after the first turn, you just auto attack with Ranmei until you need to redo the buff.
Pretty much. Which means that that basically Lingsha can go ham with her skill whenever she wants. So you become immortal, you're constantly dealing out heaps of AoE damage, and you can get all of your skill. You're guaranteed to get all of your Firefly skills in that 4-move window that she gets when she bursts. So there's definitely a lot of value there. Because for me, I'm trying to be careful though, because for me, Star Rail is the game where the whale breaks are off, like it is for ZZZ Fari. So I need to rationalize things correctly and not just pull because it seems like a good idea at the time. Because if I get frustrated, I might just spend money to try and shore up my odds. But yeah, I haven't decided what I'll do yet because, you know, Sparkle's not a dead letter anymore. Like, there would be literally no point for me to pull Sparkle if Archer wasn't free. Because I don't have a character to use her for. It's not like she's useless, but I have so many other alternatives that can do the job for the roles that I have because I don't have Imbibitor Lune. But yeah, it seems like they are hellbent on making there be like no bad premium harmonies may exist. Like there are heaps of premium teams that are still using Bronya. Particularly since Finon came out. It seems like she's really, really good with Finon in a variety of scenarios. Because she helps you accelerate your burst phase and she drops tons of buffs. So yeah. But yeah, anyway, that's that part of the minutia done, and the Fate Stay Night part of this patch is going to launch in a week-ish, less than a week now, probably about 5 days-ish, if I had to guess. But again, I'll probably not touch that until the weekend because I am simply flat out at work because of
Shadowcobra, by the way.
Corporate madness. I don't think I can talk and play at the same time, but we'll give it a shot. Here. Yeah, so the main event that I've tapped into so far since the match 3 is sort of halfway on the back burner is the main story. Now, Ari seems to have had universally disinterested takes on the main story.
It's not that I disliked it. It's just that...
I didn't say you disliked it. I said you were disinterested in it.
Yeah, it did not stick very good with me.
But I don't know the particulars about what is different about my perspective, other than I have played through the first chapter, the first arc, the big arc, of Honkai Impact 3rd. So I have more. How should I describe? There's a lot of analogical stuff in there that is. It adds a certain amount of sort of poetic depth that isn't really present at face value without that previous experience, because of the whole Hoyoverse concept of alternates and what that may or may not mean for any individual. And it's tapped into very heavily between Honkai Impact 3rd and Honkai Star Rail compared to the other Hoyoverse games, which is, you know, deliberate because they share a name. They are more closely related than the others are. That's just the way of things. I shouldn't have used my burst on this. That was silly of me. You're mounting. But yeah, so this is designed to be the pivotal chapter, and where we left off is the Flame Chase journey nominally coming to an end, or at least from the evident perspective, it has come to an end. And I found the whole concept I found quite engaging generally, because of the sort of the cycles upon cycles structure that they decided to go with. Like, it wasn't quite a rug pull, because you knew that by the end of 3.3, you knew that Anax's theory was correct, but it wasn't the whole story. And seeing it all, seeing how it all comes together was quite interesting, and it seems to me like possibly the most as a writer, spiteful place you could deploy a skip button. Because anybody who was a story skipper is going to get 0 out of this. Because this is the answers arc of everything that's happened so far.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all explanations from start to finish. It's like 4 to 5 hours of solid exposition with very little gameplay to speak of. And I am perfectly okay with this, but there are a lot of people who are very not okay with this. But this is like, if including a skip button means that they just, oh, well, I guess I'll take the brakes off then, you bastards, and do whatever I want, then I'm okay with that. Put your skip button in. It will just mean that there's more writing for me to read. Don't even care what you're up to. But yeah, so basically this whole patch was an unraveling of the cycles upon cycles that constitute Amphorius. The place Amphorius, the idea Amphorius, the petri dish Amphorius, however you want to think of it. It does very, 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 very much make me think that calling it Amphorius was definitely a localization mistake, which was my theory for a long time, and this just confirms it, basically, because Omphalos would have made a lot more sense than Amphorius, which doesn't make any sense. Because Amphorius isn't even a word, but Omphalos is a word. And it's very, very much more thematically relevant. So, this is basically a lore dump. It's an entire patch of lore dump. I don't seek to necessarily become deeply attached to characters. It's not needful for me. It's something that I think is a laudable attribute of writing, but I don't really feel the need to become attached to every single character that goes by in order for me to find their story interesting. It's not necessary. But it was sort of like interesting as an intellectual exercise to see how it comes together, and to watch Finon get ground down, and to watch the manner in which they presented this process unfolding and the stages that he went through. They didn't take the simple approach, which was good. What would have I think defused a lot of his character arc as it was deployed here would have been if they had simplified it and just had him get worn down over time. But rather than doing that, they delineate a series of phases, multiple phases, where he has changed tack at various points and attempted to engage with his situation in a different way. I mean, he's got a lot of cycles to live through, so I mean, it wouldn't have made sense for him to do the same thing every time. Although, while it makes more dramatic sense to have him change tack in a lot of cases, maybe a human wouldn't. It's hard to say. But the sort of elaboration on previous stuff was interesting. Like, the Iron Tomb thing is a retcon. It's a retcon, but it's a retcon which is done cleverly. Because Iron Tomb was already established as a Lord Ravager in the universe. And it's only now that we're being told, actually, Iron Tomb hasn't been born yet. But the way they've done this is that they have framed Iron Tomb as being the code name deployed by the IPC and later adopted by Lygus for the Lord Ravager that is embryonic in Amphorius. And the Iron Tomb moniker got attached to a particular concept of a theoretical Lord Ravager that the IPC believed that they had observed, and it was one of the sort of the trial cases for the Amphorius project. So I was interested to see that they used that, because I was a bit confused, because when it became clear to me that they were leading towards the Lord Ravager thing, in Amphorius, I was a bit confused that you've already bound Nanook and Noose together in this particular thing, and you're building a Lord Ravager, but there's already an erudition Lord Ravager in Iron Tomb, so why are you making another one? So now they've managed to make that make sense, which I thought was interesting. But yeah, it's quite long-winded, but I enjoyed the way it was presented. Like, I didn't become bored with it. I didn't become disengaged. I watched the whole thing with interest. It was I felt like it was a very well put together a piece of storytelling, but doesn't have like one particular climactic point per se in a lot of ways. Like, I thought it was quite interesting having like each of the characters that he encounters, it plays out at a different point in his history, as a developing into the sort of the ruined example of a person that he gradually proceeds towards becoming. And they all have their own sort of contribution to that development in various ways. I mean, a lot of the time it's like, oh, well, you know, he's just bored of all of this. He's seen it all before. But he's sort of like forced to reevaluate periodically whether or not he's actually still doing what he intended to do. And a lot of what I appreciated it was that there's like, in every situation there was an easy path that they could have taken where they just leaned on a trope instead of exploring it, but they didn't do that. They actually went through with telling the story instead, which, I mean, obviously is what they should do, but what a lot of writing doesn't bother to do, especially these days. Like, so much of writing these days requires you to supply half the story. But I liked the way that it was told generally. I feel like the motif was carried across well. The worst part of it, really, I suppose, was the number of opportunities they give you to get confused about which time period you're looking at.
Yeah, and while I was aware of it at the time, after the fact, I forgot how the time stream was flowing there for a bit. Don't, you mother fudger.
He did.
Oh, Valahara's got him. Oh no.
Oh, he's not going to have a good time, man.
Are you going down? Going down with him.
Sacred is lost. He go.
Oh, here comes Jadakraba. Oh no.
Yeah, there are a number of opportunities. I think my sacred is just confused. Where are you going? Bruh, that's a wall. There are a number of situations where it skips backwards and forwards through a variety of the different. Whoops! Did I mount this? Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, and prepped the mount when he ran
skip...
away, but he got stuck in the trap. Number of times
there are a number of times where they change the point in the timeline that they're talking about, but because it's always the same person you're talking about, and he's only got a couple of different forms that he goes through, it's sort of hard to tell. Okay, so hold on. Which one is this? Is this the one that has been through however many cycles? Is this the one that's native to this timeline? Is this the one that is native to this timeline but has inherited the previous timeline's memories? Or is this one like a completely naive version? Or like there's a lot of stuff in there that I got confused about a few times, and I had to stop and think, hold on, okay, so they said this and then this, and then they changed shot here, which means at this point we're talking about this story. There's a lot of mental legwork involved in keeping track of exactly where you are in the timeline.
Yeah.
But I'm not troubled by that. Like, this type of exercise is, half the fun for me. It's not, and since I'm sort of acquainted already with Kevin Caslana doing X, Y, and Z in service of A, B, and C, it was for me, also an exercise in drawing comparisons, because it's like, okay, so you've got this individual who has sort of become he's become hollowed out, but in a certain sense he was hollowed out to begin with. Like, he's a bit of a Shiro Emiya character. The only thing that he's really got on his mind is protecting people, and this is something that Hyacine points out in one of the latter loops around, whatever it was, 2 million or 10 million or something like that, that he never really had any desires for himself to begin with. So that basically leaves him as an open target for manipulation. And this is something that managed to evade him for however million lifetimes before he homed in on it himself. And this is sort of an interesting in the context of both in the intro context, but also the extra context of how this relates to the Kevin Kislani you're familiar with in Honkai Impact 3rd, who sort of follows a similar path. It's different in character and scale in a variety of ways, but their strengths, the places where they were strong and the places where they buckled were different. They both ended up being kind of extremists from a certain point of view, but like where Kevin was a no cost too great extremist, Finon was a no cost really matters extremist. So Finon doesn't really reckon with the cost of anything that he does to anybody but himself, whereas Kevin doesn't consider the cost to himself at all, only what and he's constantly weighing the costs to everything else, but in a sort of like Kiritsugu Emiya style of thinking. So they're both proceeding down the same logic, but with different weightings depending on the context. And I don't know how much of this is really necessary to appreciate the story being told. I think the story being told stands okay on its own, but I can't really access that since I already know about the story of Kevin Kislana. So I can't really make a judgment in that sense. But I can't forget that knowledge and then watch the story again. I think that they did undersell Finon for a lot of the story. Like there should have been a deeper focus on him earlier. He should have been a more deeply run-in thread than he really was. The whole thing up until this point, it has ensemble cast disease. It's not a terribly bad execution of it, but nor has it added gravity to the right locations in order to make it really pay off in a really emphatic way. Like the one that always comes to mind as far as ensemble cast stories goes is always Fate Zero, where they are telling this multiple stories about multiple people all at once, but they do a very good job of keeping the fulcrum in the center of the story, that is Kiritsugu. Like Kiritsugu may not be the headliner. The headliner is always Saber in a Type Moon production, but oh my goodness, just behave yourself. Yeesh. They don't ever move Kiritsugu away from being the focus, and so when he gets his flashback arc, it sort of seamlessly melds into the background and the final destination on either side of that point. In this case, it's sort of, well, Finon has always been there and he's always been accompanying us and so on and so forth, but in some sense he's not quite a spectator, but he's always ancillary to the focus of the story.
Mm-hmm. This was
what they really
the...
needed to do was I think that what they needed to do was lean harder on Aglaya's preparation for him to be her replacement. Yeah. Because that sort of comes out of left field. Whereas if he was always sort of like, focused on the grand destiny that he had, as far as he has to become something in the here and now because you don't know when he's going to be called upon to be replaced, and grappling with that rather than him having to just scramble after the fact. And therefore that keeps him in the center of the story. I think it would have had more impact when he has been preparing, but the things that he was preparing for ended up not being useful compared to what was actually going to be asked of him in the end. So, in a sense, he gets the rug pulled out from under him because he's been preparing for the wrong thing. I think that would have been a stronger play, as opposed to have him just be one of, this set of people, rather than that have him be an heir apparent from the word go. But, this is sort of like the armchair criticism after the fact when you're not the one who has to write the story. But I think that overall it came together quite well. And I enjoyed it and I was satisfied by the way they did it. I guess I don't know if it's over yet, but they still have, static wooden dummy problem, like all throughout. They have garnished it in a variety of ways that make it less like it's not like a constant itch in your brain, except for in a couple of places. The most egregious of them being when you're, in my opinion, when you're in the vortex of Genesis, and you have to view all of those memories, but all of those memories are visibly identical to each other in a lot of ways. Like you have character X standing there and character Y standing there, and they will exchange some words, and then it will be over.
I don't know if this quest posted or not.
Well, I'm watching the Diva, so.
Oh, okay. I was trying to get our weekly quest done, so I just went and found a Balara.
Yeah, I was just, flashbang, 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 flashbang. Alright, I've done my Diva watching. I can join the quest now. If I could get out of the chair, I would join my quest. Yeah. But yeah, it's I'm overall very satisfied with it. And I getting better at just being, pardon me, more consistent about inserting bits and pieces of CG in there.
Yeah.
The having just like one per patch was what they were doing before, which made everything else look worse by comparison. But now they've got heaps and heaps of little short ones that are embedded in there every time there's sort of like a scene where it's like, well, this obviously needs to be animated. You can't just tell this part and you can't black screen it. So just shove an animation in there. You've got an engine, just do it. And they're getting better about doing that.
Yeah, the biggest praise I have for the story of this patch is that the cinematography and the general presentation felt much better than it has been.
I feel like it's still a massive amount of headroom there. Like they're not at Genshin level yet. I'm not going to waste my time comparing it to ZZZ because the art that ZZZ has perfected is doing the exact same thing Star Rail does, but hiding it so well that you can't tell it's doing it. Like, because they pretty much just have talking heads nearly all the time as well, and they strategically deploy their resources when they need to not just have talking heads, but they're way better at hiding when they've been in talking head mode for a long time. Like, they just deploy it in an artful way so that you don't get annoyed by it. It's just, oh, well, you barely notice because it's just the obvious way that it's going to play out. But in terms of comparing the two more like methods of presentation, Genshin and Star Rail are more similar to each other, but Genshin is at present simply more artful about what they're doing. But there's been a lot of improvement, and it's frozen.
It's digging in the ground.
Oh, okay. I'll just keep pulling the trigger.
I see you shooting.
Is he still here?
He's currently tunneling. When he resurfaces, maybe he'll behave. I think the last one misbehaved when it did this too.
I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. Is he back yet?
Is he back yet? He's still tunneling.
Is he leaving, or like what's going on?
Oh yeah, he's gone back to his lair. Okay, he's back. He's back in his lair.
I'll just head to his lair then. Yeah, I think the cinematography has improved generally, but I think that there's still work to be done there to make it more dynamic generally. But I like their use of CG, and I feel like the final scene where Finon just lets go and goes ham was sort of like, it felt like a nice reward for having sat through everything else. Which is not to say that I found sitting through everything else especially onerous, but it felt like it was like, okay, so we've been through all of this like holding back and all of this tension, and now he's just going to let go.
Yeah.
I particularly enjoyed him giving Lygus both barrels, because I'd been sort of feeling that myself for a lot of the time. It's like, this guy is so freaking outrageously smug, but he is such a tiny fish in a big pond, and he doesn't seem to realize how far away he is from being relevant. Just because he's the orchestrator of this experiment, he thinks that he's, unassailable and in control of everything, when he's just a peon. Ultimately, he's just a peon that's only there to be slapped around and used as necessary by one person or another.
Yeah.
And so it was nice to see Finon just give him both barrels about what a loser he is. I found that quite enjoyable. But yeah, the final, I felt like the final animation was a nice payoff, and it's sort of like, it's also quite, congratulatory, I suppose, to Finon at the sort of he really did manage to become strong, because if Nanook has to send Zephyro to stop you, then you were outrageously powerful, because Zephyro is like the single most powerful thing in single combat in the entire Star Rail universe at this point. Like, pound for pound, 1-on-1, the only individual that might stand a ghost of a chance at fighting Zephyro would probably be Acheron at her very best, at her very pinnacle of power. Nobody else, in terms of like 1-on-1 single combat, because Zephyro is basically made to fight Acheron. But yeah, it was a nice crown to the entire thing, I felt. And yeah, it sort of takes up nicely in a joining piece of connective tissue when you appear at the very end in IDs Elysiae. Cyrene is sort of an interesting presence throughout the story, because she's kind of always there and always not there at the same time, and it's very, very obvious how similar she is to Elysia from Honkai Impact. Like, in as much as like Finon has a lot of the same motivations and ideals as Kevin does, and by contrast, the Mays across the Hoyoverse are all the same person, and they act in ways that you could draw analogies, but they're very, very, very different personalities from top to bottom. Like, Acheron is dissimilar from Raiden May, is dissimilar from the version that you see in the Raiden Shogun, is dissimilar to, all of them throughout are dissimilar to each other. There is like 2 or 3 different Mays in Honkai Impact Third. But they're all dissimilar to each other, even though they've got the same sort of core to their existence. By contrast, Elysia is Elysia. Like, Elysia as Cyrene is only different from the Elysia you know in Honkai Impact Third by merit of having a different body of knowledge. As far as mannerisms, personality, conduct, behavior are concerned, other than, I would say you could make an argument that Cyrene is a little bit more conservative, a little bit more cautious than Elysia is, but it's a very, very subtle difference. They're basically the same person in every respective way. That could be both good and bad for the story. Elysia was quite a polarizing figure in Honkai Impact Third. Most people love her. It's kind of intended for you to love her. Like, in the story of Honkai Impact Third, Elysia is the Christ figure of the story in a lot of ways. in a lot of ways. She's what is called in universe the Hersher of human. So Hershers are basically they're entities that are executors of the will of Honkai that have authority over a particular domain. The normal way for a Hersher to manifest is that the Honkai will take over and consume an individual and turn them into a Hersher. Like, for instance, Raiden Mei has the Gem of Conquest embedded in her, and that makes her the Hersher of Thunder with the authority of conquest. And while she was just a Hersher, she was completely dominated by the will of the Honkai, which directed her actions.
Drawn
Are you
from the
actually in
quest.
this game? Oh no, I'm in a different quest now. How do I leave? I don't know how to leave the quest. And my sacred keeps trying to take me to the monster.
The star exclamation point sword and potion, the one immediately to the right of the sword and potion, and it is the fourth option down.
Monster Hunter has such quest issues, menu issues. Yeah, the Elysia is basically a different kind of Hersher. All of the other Hershers are things that have been overtaken, like Wendy is the the Hersher aligned with wind, and Kiana becomes Hersher of Flame Sime. She's Hersher of the Void before that. Hersher of the Void being a Hersher authority that was basically inherited from her sort of elder sister, kind of. But basically, Hershers are not without their own will under most conditions. It's just that they end up serving the Honkai directly. Usually, if it's a sentient Hersher, in some respect, they have reached some level of despair that has left them open to just embracing the Honkai and doing what the Honkai wants. And the Honkai is basically an entropic force that prunes humanity and keeps it from becoming too civilized, too technologically advanced, too powerful. The precise reasoning, I can't actually remember if there is a precise reasoning for why the Honkai acts this way, but it's regarded as sort of a force of nature that just does this. Elysia is different. Elysia is the Hersher of human, and ironically, what this means is not that she was a human, but that she was never human. She is a Hersher who was born to be a Hersher who was human. She was a Hersher from the moment she was born rather than becoming one later in life like every other Hersher. She was just born into humanity. So she is a Hersher, but she's also a human. And she was always that way. And a perfect amalgamation of the two. And she's always, throughout her childhood and through her growing up, she's always a very energetic and positive and charismatic individual, even through very difficult circumstances. And a part of this is simply because she's not only human. So she has a slightly distorted outlook on the world because she's just she has a sort of an intensity of existence that is a little bit higher than a normal person. But I say she's a Christ figure because ultimately her role is she is an amalgamation of something greater than human and human, and ultimately she sacrifices her life for the sake of humanity for no other reason than that she loves them. Over the course of her life, she just comes to love humanity and everything that they represent, and so she gives up her life for them. And that's the person that Elysia is in Honkai Impact 3rd. And she, even once she disappears, formally speaking from the plot, she reappears again in several different other forms, depending on the sort of the insurances that she left behind while she was one of the moths fighting the Honkai. And one of these forms is just as memory. Like, Elysia manages to leave memory of herself that is as close to her real self as doesn't really make any difference. And she leaves she leaves this in one key instance with Raiden Mei, and it is through that process that Raiden Mei eventually ascends to become the Hersher of Origin. But as far as personalities, motivations, and actions are concerned, these two characters are almost a perfect overlap of each other. The closest to any alternates have been in any Honkai story that I've seen. So, yeah, I don't know whether this is going to become something that will be beneficial to the story in the sense that it will allow them to go places with her character as it deviates from Elysia, or whether it will become a shackle on the way the story is told. Because Elysia's a very popular character and they probably want to keep her close to being that. But yeah, I'm interested to see where they go from it. Alicia's a character that a lot of people came to love very dearly, but she's also a character that a lot of people find kind of annoying because of her incredibly brazen self-confidence. It's not that she's narcissistic, because she loves everybody else in humanity typically more than she loves herself, which is why she died for them. But she does like to be very self-congratulatory. She will spare no expense in complimenting her beauty and her charm at every possible opportunity. And Cyrene does this as well. She does it way more in the Japanese. A lot of it is just not translated into English. You get about 50%. But like they will just like the English will just translate her as like a girl or a young lady, but she's in the spoken track she's calling herself a beautiful girl or a beautiful young woman or something like that. But yeah, it's she's an interesting character and she tends to have very pure motivations for everything that she does. She is intelligent and she is cunning, but she is not duplicitous. Like, her cunning will not involve deceiving people, generally speaking. It will involve her having thought many, 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 many steps ahead. And she generally tends to be a axial point around which the story will turn, even if she isn't the main player. And she's usually not the main player in Honkai Impact 3rd. She gives more of a vibe of she was the main player. Like, she always sets herself up as the second most important, never the most important type of thing. But yeah, I'm interested to see what they will do with her, as she looks like she's going to step, basically, while not stepping into Finon's role, since that's more the Trailblazer's position, she's going to step into the centre as being the companion that you accompany from Emphorius throughout the story proceeding forward. And so it looks like the story coming from the end of 3.4 is going to proceed through one last cycle, from the top. Start over from the very beginning and see what happens. Though I'm a little bit sort of confused about exactly how it's all going to be structured, because it doesn't seem like you're starting all that long ago in some senses, but in other senses it seems like, well, you would kind of have to start back from the old dynasty, wouldn't you, in order to cover the whole loop again, because that's where Finon usually goes back to, it seems. They comment at one point that the only core flame, in the most conservative loop, the only individual who became a demigod was Tribi. So that sort of suggests that Tribi becoming a demigod is not avoidable. But that sort of also implies that you have to go back in time to before Aglaya becomes one, since she's one of the next eldest. Though we don't know how old Siraja and Hazelins are, because they disappear before the main story is completed. And we don't know what's going to happen with Terravox. There's a lot of other sort of uncertainty floating around in there. We don't really know what is going to happen in the past loops. I haven't watched the character stories yet in the records after the story, so I don't know exactly what they say, if anything, about Terravox and about what takes place in place of Cyrene's involvement as the construct inclined towards the portfolio of time. But yeah, I'm very excited to see what happens next. Like, my interest in the story has not dimmed in any respect, and I enjoyed everything that was presented. But it's the type of story that is very carefully calibrated to engage my interest, because it operates so much like a Type Moon story in so many different ways. So it's very interesting to me. I liked the notes that they give you at the end, detailing some of like the finer background stuff in terms of like what are the fundamentals involved in this experiment? What are the vectors being directed here? They managed to succinctly explain things like, well, this whole Titans and Chrysos Earths thing seems very conceptually close to the world that we're familiar with. Why is it so close but so different? And it's because, well, they designed it that way. They designed it as part of the experiment that there would be analogs, that there would be, oh, so you've got the God of Trickery, which is directly, the Titan of Trickery is directly designed to be within experiment analog for Aha. It's not a coincidence and it's not an oversight. It's deliberately they created an analogous setting to provide a nice sandbox for them to raise their Lord Ravager in. But yeah, so I've been broadly satisfied by it. It was such an outrageously complicated piece of narrative that I will probably over the course of the next few weeks my mind will start to throw up things that I'm not satisfied with because, wait, that didn't make sense. Why did they do that? But at present, I'm very happy with it.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I just don't have very much to say to it because unlike you, there's two things going against it that make it hard for me to really latch on and really like it. The first is it's a character story about a character I just did not attach to at all and have no context from his other game to attach to. And that is more important to me than anything else a story can do, is how much I attach to the characters. If I don't attach to it, I will not resonate very well with the story. There are very few exceptions to that. And the other thing it's got going against it is the just framing they set up with Finon as the secondary character that just kind of exists while all this other stuff is going on with the other Chrysos heirs. So it feels very odd, is the only way I can describe it. With him,
it's one of those things that I can sort of like I can sort of see what the objective was, but they kind of missed the target by about 25%.
Yeah, and
like they always want him to be around and accompanying you, but they didn't quite draw him into the center the way they needed to. There are glimpses of it, like for instance when you go to raid the Sky Castle and Finon ends up at the center repeatedly, even though it's Hyacinth's story. Like, it's clearly him calling the shots, it's him making the decisions, and he's the one who's bearing the last residue of Aglaya's will, and so on and so forth. Like, if that was the case throughout the entire plot, if he was always the protagonist, then the whole thing would have gelled together a lot more nicely.
Yeah. But that sat very awkwardly with me throughout the whole thing and disrupted things for me a lot more than it probably does for most people.
I think probably the most egregious part, I think, was probably because for the entirety of Castoros's patch, he's completely irrelevant.
Yeah, and
like, he's basically not there, and that's too important a sequence. And because of a similar reason, Castoros suffers from the same fate. Like, it's almost like they just bifurcated that early part of the story in two, and Finon is present for one half of it, and Castoros is present for the other half. And as a result, neither of them get perfectly served by it.
Yeah. So, while I didn't dislike it and would like to see where they go with it, I just don't have any special feelings towards this story at all. I do not have the deep extra red lore, or the kind of, or remember anything basically that comes out of Simulated Universe. So stuff like the Iron Tomb retcon I didn't even know about. I was vaguely aware that he existed and as a Lord Ravager, as one of the names that rattles in the back of my brain, and that's as deep as it went. And Finon himself, because of the way they positioned him in the story up to this point as just a presence that has been there, and it felt weird through this whole thing, and I could not attach to him. And the more and more inhuman he becomes, the harder and harder it is to make up for that through relatability. And then there's the last part of it that drove me a little nuts. Um, and that was the gameplay framing, as in the only type of fights you do are squash fights. And
I mean, I
I,
was pretty much braced for it to be a visual novel, so
I,
I wasn't really concerned about what the gameplay was or wasn't doing.
I put a lot of value on a video game story's ability to integrate its story into the gameplay well. And for what they were going for, it works fine, but it just kind of felt like tedium with these squash fights when they came up, and I would have rather seen a cutscene. But I guess if you're budget constrained, you got to do what you got to do. But
I don't even know if it's that. I think that they were trying to accomplish something with that, because they were trying to they would always pick something which was sort of like an egregiously powerful opponent under normal circumstances, and then have you crush it. Like they are trying to present something here, but the reality is that you're never going to encounter a fight that is not a squash fight in Star Rail, because it's a JRPG, and you have meta comps.
yeah,
You're not going to see a difficult fight. That's never going to happen ever.
well,
I mean, it's already the case in ZZZ. Like, you run over every single fight you encounter in the story.
well, it's well, in the story mode nowadays in CZZ, they usually force you to use trial characters, so you at least have to play the game. But and I stick to the trial character, plus maybe Astra if it's a wacky like class, like this just a stun character. I'll stick Astra on the team and just leave her in passive mode so that it doesn't take quite as long.
Unless you want to become very, very well acquainted with how little damage Fufu actually does.
Yeah, so that's what I did for Fufu's. And that they do a pretty good job there of allowing you to experience the story through an intended way, without sacrificing the gameplay itself, and still let you keep your meta overbuilt characters that would normally squash it.
The thing is that if they had just replaced them with cutscenes, it would make it way harder to sell Finon.
Yeah, I know, but I just Finon's gameplay does not appeal to me at all, and I with his big edgy boy mode, and it just I would have rather seen it punctuated with a cutscene, which is odd for me. I normally like when they try to integrate gameplay stuff, but something about the way they did it here just didn't sit very good with me. And I
Well,
have not thought about it.
unfortunately, that's literally what you've said about literally everything since M4S launched, though.
But
So
I like
you
well
need
I
to come up with
liked
some words, man. Get a thesaurus.
well I liked the way they did it with Space Barbara and her integration into it with the special move button and and the
Yeah,
mid
with the
fight,
special song button.
yeah, and the mid fight phase change, and they did a very very similar thing with Sunday, and I thought it worked pretty well there.
The thing is that it would almost take away from it if it was a dramatic moment, though. Like, the tedium is almost part of it,
Yeah,
because for Finon it is tedium. Everything is tedium.
yeah, I'm not saying any of it wasn't intentional. It just it felt a little awkward
I'm
with
just
me
saying.
there.
I think that I'm just trying to present a point of view that it's not just, oh, it's awkward, because awkward is basically synonymous with they made a mistake. This is bad storytelling, and you could make a case for that, yeah. But I think you can also make a case for the fact that if it wasn't tedium, if it wasn't trivial, then it would imply that, oh well, he's still engaged. But the problem is that that's not the story they're telling. They're telling a story where he's completely disengaged with his moral compass. This is why they keep reminding you, like cycle after cycle, they attach numerical values to how little he has come to care about his friends.
Yeah, I I think in retrospect it will rise up a bit better, depending on where they go, or it has the potential to, depending on where they go with the characters, and I can look back at what was presented here, or where they, especially where they go with Finon, because he's going to be around for presumably a while as a focus point.
I have no idea. For all I know, he could be gone from the story now.
Yeah,
After all, the notes say
they
that
could.
Finon, the 35 million cycle Finon has been integrated into Iron Tomb's substance at this point.
Yeah, they could write him off. He could be gone, or he could be reserved for the finale, but he still has influence in the way things have gone to a degree, and that the Trailblazer has taken up his mission. So maybe it'll shed some light on that. But yeah, the closest story that it came to that I had a similar reaction to was Castor's story, where I think Finons hits more in that kind of mood, but Castoris initially was like that too, with my response to her story, where I didn't dislike it, but I I only attached a little bit more to her than I did to Finon, so I was still kind of like it was okay, it did all right, but it was not quite as big on the stuff I'm looking for with in character attachment, where I got attached to Space Barbara and the story they were telling with her, and the big hype moments in the boss fight for that one that really helped sell it. Like that's the kind of stuff I really like. So I was really into her story. But
No, I think that this is definitely not a story that is meant to have hype moments.
yeah, no.
Like this is a story about absolutely grinding you into the dirt.
But
That's what they're trying to give you some of that experience. Your hype moment comes at the end when he just lets go,
yeah, and then I thought the
and
animation was
you get Maniac Finon appears on screen.
yeah, I thought
When
all
you and then you find out after the fact that, oh well, his actual core motivation was hatred.
yeah. I thought all that was really good, and I liked that they chose to animate that in the way they did. But yeah, it's going to really, like with a lot of things I keep saying with Amphorius, it depends on where they're going with it, because this is a turning point for the story, and we have just turned the point. We're not even at the start of the point that we after we turn it and pivot.
Yeah, it's like a lot of people were starting to dab on it, and then they had to be reminded. You know that it's only July. It's like the start of July, and this story is designed to run throughout the entire year. So you're treating it like a story that's over, but we're actually at the halfway point. Half the story hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, so I'm I'm reserving full judgment until the whole story comes out, and we can see where they're going. But for the moment, it the biggest thing is it comes down to I just didn't attach to Finon and their way of presenting him up until basically the very end of Hyacinth's story. Uh, just didn't help with me going, oh yeah, I want to see what happens to the protagonist boy, because he's just kind of always the tertiary character until that point. He's not even the secondary character.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not. It's not.
Also, I think their
It's not.
marketing did a disservice for my enjoyment of this and level of attachment, because if they had kept Finon's gameplay stuff under wraps through some witchcraft, I felt like I would have hit a lot better with this. But the Star Rail team just does not care
I
about
think that
spoilers.
I think that's definitely true. But I think that rather than them not caring, I think they've just given up.
Yeah,
Like the amount of lawsuits that they have prosecuted on leaking is more than any other company in video games, and it's not close. They sue people all the time for leaking stuff, and it hasn't made a blind bit of difference. So I think that they've just given up.
yeah. So it's unfortunate with that, and am not inundated with the social media stuff for this, but Finon's final form and kit were just in the marketing, or it's
Yeah, I
fine.
mean, I think that the flawed assumption is that everybody is engaged with all of that stuff, and so there's nobody that will benefit. I think that that's not true. I think that there are a lot of people that would benefit, and I managed to basically stay off Twitter for several days so that I wouldn't get spoiled, and I was successful. But I think that as far as games companies have gone, more treasure has been dumped into Hoyo's attempts to keep things secret than any other video game company I've ever seen, and they have failed utterly to do so. So I'm not really surprised that they've more or less written it off as an expense that can't be recouped.
Yeah, but it does have a, because if like Finon's Superform and all that had not been floating around in the official marketing for well going on 2 weeks beforehand, I think it would have hit a bit better because I don't know about all the stuff with character leaks. I don't follow that crap. Even for ZZZ, I don't follow it.
Oh, I mean, the final form version of Kevin looks very, very different. Not completely different though. You can sort of see that there are sort of not similarities, but sort of rhymes to the way that they present themselves when they go into their final form mode. Because at the very end, well, part of the story of the moths in Honkai Impact Third is that all of them had their genes spliced with Honkai beasts in order to give them the strength to keep fighting the Honkai. And Kevin's sort of final form is this sort of like giant winged demon thing. And it's the aesthetic like motifs are completely different, but there's a rhyme to the way that they appear at the end, which I thought was quite interesting from the perspective of somebody who knew Kevin.
Yeah, but yeah, leading up to it, Finon's final form had been all over the marketing, so I already knew everything. So none of that had had
I mean, I guess they have to weigh it up. It's like, if let's say we make our effort to keep it secret, is that actually going to be more or less profitable for us
than just putting it
than
on
marketing the hell out of it?
Not when it's a focus character, I suppose. Like they're incentivized to try and sell that crap, and their marketing team is like, okay, we've put a whole lot of effort into this thing, so
'Cause I think that you probably wouldn't find any argument from Hoyoverse that if it were possible to keep it the completely dead secret, then they would do it.
yeah,
Because the amount of hype for the reveal would blow away whatever that they could do from pre-marketing. But I just don't think that they have a way of doing that. They are attempting it. They've said in one of their previous broadcasts, they said that there are certain things that we think we have the power to keep under wraps that we are going to keep under wraps. But we don't think we can do it for most of the things that required to be in the game code. Like, as far as I am aware, that final animation you see of Finon fighting Zephyro, nobody had seen that outside of Hoyo, as far as I'm aware.
yeah.
They had managed to keep that under wraps because that's just a file, right? That's one file.
Yeah,
you can just block it in a vault. You don't need to integrate it into the game code and test that it works first. You just need to make sure a video file will play.
You can put like Yankat in there as a test video or something, and just replace the MP4.
They said that those things which they think are reveals that they can keep perfectly secret and that they think will be impactful, they are doing their best to keep them secret. But for other things, it's like, well, fine on, like, let's say, like, mechanically, you definitely need to test all of that shit first. He's got more visual effects than any other character released so far, and he's got different mechanics to any other character released so far. So it all needs to be in there, and it's going to be out in the wild anyway. So they figured that, well, if it's going to be impossible to keep under wraps, why try? And I can definitely see your point of view, and I expect their marketing people probably could as well. The problem is they probably just think it can't be done well enough. It's just not possible.
Yeah, this is a unique frustration to specifically the way I engage with stuff, and that I imagine I am in the minority and that I just don't engage with the social media sphere at all. And this means I can very easily dodge this kind of stuff these days, especially because that seems to be where most of the spoilerisms for anything happen is on social media. So the worst I can get is a thumbnail on YouTube be in the recommended feed. That's it.
Yeah, it's said though, like this is sort of like a perennial problem. It's said that a large portion of the reason a game is simple and primitive as FGO was so slow running was because so much of the client was like encrypted and being decrypted live as part of the run compilation. Yeah. Because they were trying desperately to keep things secret, and it was never successful, never once.
Yeah,
everything always got leaked. It's just the way it is, unfortunately. I wish it wasn't that way, but it is.
Yeah. So that would have helped, but it do be what it be. It also creates an awkward scenario with Hoyo when people, like, when they released that new trailer or that new story trailer that had all the Lord Ravagers and stuff in it. People I saw just comment after comment of people on it going, "Oh, this is just totally filled with spoilers." I'm like, "Oh, well, I shouldn't watch it then."
There's no spoilers in there. What?
That's what I saw on it in passing, and
It's there's no all of that. Well, they basically the only thing that's new in there is that you get to see what they look like. Like that those characters are all described in the game lore already. If you want to go and look for them,
I see.
like the fact that Nanook has a bunch of Lord Ravagers, um, working for him, and these are their names that are currently known and what they do. Like, not all of them are in there. I think that one or two of them were given names that didn't have names previously, and they confirmed the theory that each of the Lord Ravagers has a particular impulse to destroy a certain path. But all of that was already theorized, and there's
Yeah,
very
but
little that I would classify as straight spoilers in there.
unless I'm really interested in something a trailer has enough to go like ask you about it, which in this case I was not. The only way for me to check it myself would be to watch it, and if spoilers are potentially on the table, it's just like, well, just check it.
Yeah, Myriad Celestias are usually safe. Usually.
So
They're
there's
pretty
that.
much written with background in mind.
Amphorius did take a while for me to attach to a lot of the characters. Like its entire first patch, we got about halfway there with a good chunk of the cast, and it took until the next patch for me to attach to Aglaya and Tribby, and that was not a particularly strong attachment, as in I did not pull for Tribby, and Aglaya at the time was still mostly mechanical. She didn't really finish attaching me to her until the end of what you call it, Space Barber story, and then
I think probably out of the characters in Amphorius, the one that I think I attached to the most is probably Aglaya.
yeah, it took a long time for me, but it finally clicked with the end of Space Barber's story, or when she gets killed in Space Barber's story. And Castoris,
The sort of she's got sort of a enduring pathos that most of the other characters don't have. Like
yeah,
she's basically from a coming from a position where the flame chase has already failed once in the past, and she's headed to a destination where she knows she won't see it succeed, and she still holds the line the entire time.
yeah, I attached to Mighty pretty quickly. They did a okay job getting him as a character that I liked. So I can attach to penis havers, although it is harder. It's a bigger uphill battle for them. I liked what they did with him. And Castoris, they didn't.
Apparently, the fan favorite scene from the early part of the story is the bathhouse duel between Mighty and Finon.
I see. Yes, I like those little moments with him. Castoris was I didn't not attach to her. I liked her as a
Well,
character,
she's fundamentally one standard unit Moe girl.
but yeah, it's like I've seen
If you've got a soft spot for the Moe girl, you'll definitely latch onto her.
but it was a very loose attachment because I'd already seen this so many times before, and so that's why her story didn't impact as hard. Space Barbara, the fact that she is analogous to Barbara helped a colossal amount. I'm not going to deny it didn't.
Barbara's birthday was recently, wasn't it?
Yeah, she sent us some stuff in the mail. But they did a good job in the game too. I thought with the way they presented her story and her having to go around and spend time with her and talk to her past selves and all her little moments in the events as the cute animal girl. Even though the events themselves I wasn't super fond of, she she as a character in them worked fine, and that helped build attachment to the character. So when her thing came out and they gave her a big hype moment, yeah, I was all in for that. That was all really good. And now we're functionally starting over with a fresh new set that they got to do it all again with.
Yeah, we still don't know what they're going to do at all.
Yeah. Oh, and Cipher took literally until her dying breath for me to finish going, okay, I'm gonna pull for that thing.
Well, she was barely ever on screen until her dying breath.
Yeah, but I thought that reveal was done really, really good. And added a bunch of points for Aglaia too at the same time. So those were all workable and I could attach them. Finon is the way he's there to show the existential grind of this entire situation and how dire it is as a construct more than an attachable character, I think. Like, instead of just attaching loosely at best like Castries did, the reason Finon didn't attach at all is because he almost doesn't feel like a character. He feels like a mechanic, not a plot device, but and I think it's intentional they did this, a mechanical instrument, but for somebody that cares more about character than the mechanics of the universe in any given setting. That's not going to win a super big amount of points with me unless you really hook me on what you're presenting.
Well, he in his last scene,
He does
when
go
he's
crazy in
talking
the
to
last,
Lygus.
and has that
No,
moment with
I'm talking
Lygus.
just before that. When he's talking to Lygus, you sort of start to see the person come through.
Yeah, and it was good.
It's like, you know what? You're absolutely a cunt, and I'm done with this.
Yeah, I did like that whole scene. I thought that was really good. And I liked his go crazy moment at the end that actually showed him having some facial expressions, some very suspect ones. But until that last little bit at the end, though, he was just a mechanical device for the universe, and that had always been there in the as the tertiary character everything. So it has a chance to come back in retrospect and put itself in a better light, where maybe this would have sat better with me if I watched it all at once, or what did all Vamporius' story back to back to back.
Yeah, I feel like this is sort of like a flaw in the story because they wanted to make a gigantic epic. That was what they set out to do. They didn't want to tell an episodic story. They wanted to tell one big epic story. And unfortunately, telling a year-long story that's an epic, like, you kind of need to be able to see it all at once, but it's also too long to see all at once.
Yeah, and it's because we're breaking these up in, like, 4 to 10 hour chunks every 6 weeks. It's just kind of, you get stuck and you don't know where they're going and going to focus on next patch, and the cliffhanger is just going to kind of sit, and you can try and hype yourself up about it, but you're just going to get off in out in the weeds. And so I generally don't do that. And especially when we know next to nothing about the upcoming cast of characters, you can't even really do that here.
If you read the text, you can learn quite a bit about them.
Yeah.
Well, how much of it was true? I mean, it's all written from the perspective of the people currently living in what was present day for us up until recently, and they make it clear in no uncertain terms that there's a lot of garbling that happens when stories are handed down on Amphorius.
Yeah. So
that was, I think, the thing that I found most perplexing, though, about the way the story is structured overall, was like what parts of it actually happened and what didn't, what is currently cycling and what didn't. Like, it seems like, because they've got these sort of cycles nested within cycles, right? Because there's a natural cycle and then there's the artificial cycle that Phonon's imposed on top of the natural cycle. But what part were they intending to cycle from the beginning? Because the cycle that Anaxa can see as an occupant of Amphorius is a cycle of like a procession of Chrysos heirs replacing Titans because the Titans need to exist or whatever. So you've got, Circe's giving way to Anaxa, for instance. And that's all well and good, but this is related as, oh, this is a myth that was handed down to the next generation. And in the notes that you get access to after the story, it's like, well, this actually did happen, and the myth is sort of like a garbled transmission of signal about what happened before. But is that part of the story actually one that is actively cycling or not?
how much of this is
or is this just
pre-programmed and not history?
Well, I get the impression that was history on at least one occasion, but is it actually, oh well, they reset it the way they normally would, and what took place was sort of like half remembered by accident due to residual data, and this part of the story is not actually part of an ongoing cycle, it's just a historical artifact, and that might get replaced in the next cycle by a different myth or whatever? Or do you do everything from the beginning every time, and so all of that baton passing from Titan to Titan to Titan will take place in each cycle? Like, where do you restart the cycle again? And then when Finon starts forcibly cycling it, like, he's only cycling back how far? He probably to the beginning of the when the core flames were being recovered. So he's cycling back to when the only Chrysos heir who has taken up a core flame as tribute sounded like. So that part of it is now cycling, and the only accumulation taking place at that point is Finon becoming loaded with core flames. But what parts of Anax's theory were actually correct? They never really clarify that.
I remember when Anax's word spewing was going on, and the end of that particular patch, my first passing theory that I dumped pretty quick was that the Mobius strip design of Amphorius was more literal, and that the original Chrysos heirs or the original Titans would be killed by the Chrysos heirs, and then those Chrysos heirs would become the Titan set number 2, and then the world would loop in a way that the original Titans are reborn and kill the Chrysos heirs number 2 and become the original Titans again. But I dumped that theory pretty quick because that's
the whole thing turns out to be being run as a numerical iteration program.
Yeah, instead of
they are clearly keeping things though. But are those things being kept on purpose? Are they being kept on accident? Are there loops within a single iteration, or is the iteration the only part of it that's looping?
Yeah, I do not know.
Does it matter at all? I don't even know.
Yeah. One thing I will...
Do we get to punch Lygus' face in? Because I kind of want to give him a beating at this point.
I would not be...
Because he's such a smug MFer.
I would not be surprised at all if they take the path of using him as the avatar for Iron Tomb at the end of all of this, that we get as a thing to punch.
Oh, but I kind of want to beat up him as him because he's a cunt.
Yeah. But
it'd be one thing if he was just, oh well, he's doing the bidding of a Lord Ravager because he thinks it's interesting or whatever, and he's just doing bad things. I don't like that, so I want to stop him. But the fact that he's so theatrically smug about everything gets on my nerves, and I want to give him a beating.
Maybe Iron Tomb could just let a bunch of his personality through because he's just like, yeah, that works. We do not know yet. But yeah, it's there's a lot to go with. Go forward with the story. One thing I think would help them tremendously, and would have helped alleviate a lot of the problems I've had with the characters in Amphorius, is a bunch of the events. Like I mentioned before, how part of what helped me attach to Space Barbara was that she was the ever-present character for all events and event stories that took place on Amphorius. Even though she was just the cute animal girl.
She was always kind of around, and not around doing nothing during key story moments like Finon, but around when you were having your downtime to keep you company.
Yeah, she was always there with us and participating and stuff with us throughout the story through events. But because of Amphorius' segregated nature in the universe, they seem to have been very hesitant to put a whole lot of story-based crap there for the events, and they have limited it to just mini games and the few scattered events. Like we've had like 2 that have happened on Amphorius, like the Seal Slammers and the like Chimera Kittens.
Finon's present in Seal Slammers in a dream.
Yeah, he is.
Dream Finon or something else.
Yeah, it was. But if they just had more of these events that really use the characters to flesh things out, instead of their very slow event cadence that they have going on right now, it could have gone a long way. I get that they're trying to allocate a lot of their budget to the main story and stuff, but given the long wait time, especially between chapters, it really helps.
You say long wait time, but in the broader scheme of things, it's not really much of a wait time compared to what we would have expected in the past.
Yeah, but if they're going to go this route, and especially because a lot of these characters are, well, all of them are functionally dead at the end of their routes. Uh, Having events there to help attach us to them would go a long way. But I don't know what the logistical side of things is right now with Star Rail. That's
Yeah, I don't know how much shuffling around they can really do. I'm sort of interested to see what will happen when, now that Fate is done, like that, the building of that event will be finished, and that's a situation where they're deploying. We don't know the size or scope of it yet. Don't know exactly what's going to be in it, but on paper they're deploying a Trailblaze quest and a Trailblaze continuance at the same time, and that's basically them navigating deploying a double patch in one go.
Yeah.
So the development environment with that being, finally shipped will probably look quite a bit different.
Yeah, and we know the event for Fate has been on the development block at least since like 2.5.
Yeah, because they would have been like whatever sort of loose resources they had would have been being allocated to that. And what happens after that when that's done and dusted, print it, it's finished, we don't need to work on that anymore, we can go back to a normal content cadence. What then happens?
Yeah. But
Like, I think that probably, but judging by sort of like the lick my finger and hold it in the air sort of vibe check I get of what they say in developer interviews and that, I think that team probably moved to working on 3.7. That's my instinct.
Yeah. But
Because 3.7 is where they were planning to deploy the residue of Penacony.
yeah, they've got. I wonder if we're going to be able to resolve all that we've got with this patch. Did feel like it was short on raw runtime because there was no dungeon or anything to go through. There was no gameplay section.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there you can wander around the town and the forest and that sort of thing, but there's no place to go and solve a ton of like environmental puzzles or anything like that. It's just it was a visual novel.
Yeah. So I'm sure part of the decision to do that was that we also have the Fate event coming up that's probably going to be massive to eat people's time, and in but it also could be that they are just reserving a ginormous patch for in terms of length for 3.5 to tell this basically the entire loop for all we know, and so we can have the finale for 3.6.
We don't really know where that's going to go. Like, we haven't met any previous avatars of Orynyx except for Soreen. We haven't met Terravox or any of his other substitutes.
And we got March's whole thing to go through that has that just started. That's just kind of been sitting there.
That was one of the big floating question marks I have at the end of the whole shebang is, so at what point in chronology does that take place? Is this the second she fell asleep? Had she been falling asleep for a long time? Is what she's experiencing there happening on the same time scale? Or have the months that we spent on Amphorius been ticking by while she was going through that one conversation? Is this happening at the exact moment in time that it appears to superficially because of she hasn't actually been asleep all that long because the time scale on Amphorius is whack? So what's happening with subjective time when Screwlum is looking in on it? And so on and so forth.
Yeah,
there's like a lot of subjectivity of this world taking place.
I was very disappointed when one of my crack theories that Mim was March got shot in the face.
Well,
at the
I
end
don't know
of
if it's been
3.3.
shot entirely in the face because, I mean, it's not like Soreen doesn't go like wink wink nudge nudge. We're pretty similar, ain't we? Like 15 times during their one conversation.
Yeah. It's I would love for Mim to be March. I think that would work out pretty good. But as soon as
I kind of like March as a character. Like, she's got in a weird way, she's got a little bit more color than most other characters of her archetype. Because I mean, she's filling like the peppy positive teenage girl archetype. But unlike most of her archetype, her first instinct in every case is to throw down. Like, most of the time you expect that character to be a bit more reserved. But her instinct is always to take the aggressive stance, which I think is kind of interesting. And is very, very different from the way that character is normally played.
Yeah. So we'll have to see with this one. It's how my opinion on it could change. It could stay the same, or it could get worse. It all depends on how it feeds into everything going on. And I am stuck here thinking more and more with every story patch that I would have preferred to watch this all at once than do it piecemeal for this big, long, epic story.
I mean, that's often the case with stories. I think to perfectly calibrate a story to be told episodically is probably a lot harder.
Yeah. Well, I don't. Yeah. But it's just this one in particular, because I know it's going to go on for so long over so many patches, instead of being a 3-patcher, specifically in the context of Hoyo games. It sticks out more that way. But yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, in a certain sense, this is also an experiment they're trying. Like, nobody at Hoyo has ever tried to run a year-long story, specifically a year-long story. Because, like, Honkai Impact 3rd is a continuous story, but they spent so much of the time bumbling around in the dark with how they were going to execute on it, that it doesn't really look to me like there were any fixed-length plans made for anything. And
Yeah.
Hoyos have been way less ambitious as far as length is concerned for Genshin Impact. They've always been relatively conservative. And so far, there hasn't been much of a clear pattern in ZZZ either. Like, they're clearly being very reactive, which is a good thing from the point of they're addressing people's concerns, but maybe not a useful thing from the point of prognostication. You can't really predict where they're going to go next. Like, it seems like this next patch that's coming up, the 2.1, is going to be a beat patch of sorts that still ties into the primary storyline, but is going to be concerning more corollary material in some ways.
Yeah, as
Because
long
the meta arc is much further in the background from my point of view on ZZZ in some ways. Like, you're almost always dealing with the people and event immediately in front of you, and the lore implications of that are only something that you address when everybody sits down for coffee afterwards.
Yeah, it's I prefer that method of storytelling in a continuous gotcha experience, as long as you don't put the brakes completely on the meta arc and you're feeding a little bit into it every time. I'm fine with that. If you want to go full character focus and go tell the micro stories or the moderate sized stories around the various factions and characters that you'll encounter, because they're what I actually care about in these games more than anything else. And CZZ's facilitated that just perfectly fine for me. Like every story has plenty of fun and exciting moments with all the characters that showcases their personalities, and the game is littered with events all the time that showcase even more of it. Whereas Star Rail, we are much more focused on the grand narrative, and events that have any kind of story substance or character substance are not particularly common as of late.
Well, if you look at it from a commercial perspective, that makes more sense. Like, what are you likely to find as the mean example of a customer who wants to play an extraordinarily long form JRPG styled game is probably going to be somebody who's more interested in scope than minutia.
Yeah.
Whereas action game players, on average, more likely to be interested in minutia than scope.
So that's
because you're going to have to play the odds here when you're making your marketing pitch. It's all going to be about playing the odds. What is going to be the most median point that we can pitch this to for the likely target audience of this?
So yeah, that's where we're at with what I thought in the next patch. I don't want to drag us forever on it because we're starting to repeat ourselves with it. But yeah, we'll see. This feels like it's been the conclusion I put up for the last 3 patches. Counting this one.
But the thing is that even if you say we'll see, I don't think that you will have seen until like January next year.
Yeah, like this is just gonna take a while. But while I could have sat and thought on it more and come up with a more coherent answer,
It
the
would have been that profitable to do so necessarily.
no, because the fine details of what happened and the specifics would start to fuzz the longer we took, and it just wouldn't be worth it.
But to me, well, on the other side of the ledger, like come 3.6, we can review any segment we want at our leisure, basically,
Mm-hmm.
because they're putting the review function in then.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm not turned off by anything. It just didn't. It was a very neutral patch for me.
Then we can go back to flogging Genshin Raw for not having any story content in that isn't like super current.
Yeah. So yeah. Genshin's been sitting in a weird spot. I don't have any pull plans in Genshin either. Like I the only thing on the pull plan roster is when will Sumeru get the Sumeru regional rerun so I can get Nailu.
Yeah, they're introducing a bunch of a class of reaction called lunar reactions in the next region, and NF is going to be the first pilot example of this.
Yeah. That's and I like the concept and the core of the new in-game mode at least. It just they went too hyper specific with their particular bosses they picked.
Well, it wouldn't matter. That wouldn't matter if co-op was allowed to all the way to the ground, because you could just have me help you.
Yeah, you could be the Skirk
And then
Straight P.
between our two rosters, this would be a puzzle that was solvable.
Yeah, we would
But
have my
they
Varisa
just
for the
made
Lava
it so we
Dragon.
don't get any reward for doing it.
Yeah, we could use my Varisa on the Lava Dragon and go burning over or burning overload on that one, and then we could have your Skirk unlock the last boss. Like we could solve this problem, but the fact of the matter is both of us are missing a key there that we need to fully unlock this thing on our own. And whether I wanted to pull Skirk or not, I'm not in a whale mood right now, and I do not have the resources to make a serious attempt at it. So I'm just kind of stuck.
Yeah, I think that was a mistake, but I mean, the only thing you can really do is give feedback as appropriate. Speaking of which, I missed the last feedback for Star Rail, which really nettled me because I didn't realize what a short time the window was, and I haven't done the one for the current ZZZ either, which I'm quite keen to do because I want to put more of this, please. Because they finally sort of arrived at where I needed them to be as of 1.0 in order to be like to really feel like a complete game as opposed to just be normally a complete game.
Yeah, I basically have no complaints for where ZZ is at right now. I want them to just keep iterating on this and build it slowly over time. And if they stick to this and keep the cadence coming of character story and new gameplay stuff to do, I'll be fine with that. Like I'll put up with their dang arcade games even.
I mean, they've done a great job of getting it to where it is now. I'm sort of scared to think about the sort of actual in studio tumult that must have taken place to get us here, though, because it probably was not fucking pretty in there.
Oh, I'm sure the Bang Boo TV guy's head is on a pike at the front door. Like after all the extra work he made everybody else have to do to scramble to fix his mess, like the guy or guys that invented Bang Boo TV are probably dead.
Well, the thing is that that's not how it works in a development house. Like somebody's got to sign off on the whole design document.
Oh yeah,
and then somebody has to write a new one when the old one fizzles out. Like it's way more complicated than there being this one guy that gets hoisted for it. The environment as everybody is crunching to try and fix the problem is going to have been absolutely harrowing.
Yeah.
I mean, they're in a good place now, but they had to go through some massive changes to get there. Like very few games managed to do this kind of thing. Like this is not quite, but close to, conceptually at least, like the Final Fantasy XIV tier of thing.
Yeah.
where it's like what you deployed is just not quite right. There are things in there we can use, but it's not what people asked for.
Yeah.
Do it over.
And it's not just Bang Boo TV either that went through. Like they took every bit of feedback and stuff they might have known in the back of their heads was a little janky, or stuff they just kind of rolled with because they had to get it out the door. Stuff like the way ultimates work. Because remember, we had 1 decibel bar originally.
Man, that was such an obvious mistake. I'm incredulous that made it in. It's like every other Hoyo game doesn't work like that. Why even give ultimates to supporting characters at that point?
Yeah.
It was a nonsense move. Unless you were planning to make every character potentially an on-field character, there's no reason to give them ults like that.
Yeah, and we had to immediately go into we're just going to push character updates as fast as possible for some characters
I've
that
been
are
quite
totally
impressed
outdated.
at how well balanced it's ended up.
Yeah, but I have not
Like,
tried
'cause
Ellen yet. But
there's no outrageous problems like with balance. Like there are to the extent there are in any gacha game, there are characters that are radically more powerful than other characters. Like poor Corrin, poor Corrin.
in
But
terms of the
generally
5
speaking,
stars,
there's no like, oh well, nah, everything is broken and terrible. Our power creep is out of control, etc., etc. Like it seems like in ZZZ you've got that dampening effect though, right, of player competence having the strongest impact compared out of all of the games. Whereas HSR has almost no dampening from that.
yeah,
Any minuscule mistake they make in their numbers will get magnified 1,000 times as soon as it's out in the wild. And there's nothing to do except for scrap the kit and redo it if you end up too far off the mark.
yeah. Whereas in ZZZ, all they had to do was look at Ellen and go, okay, we just need to give her a few usability upgrades and bump her damage a hair. Okay, we did that. Oh, all of a sudden, she's not the best ice TPS. Miyabi still exists, but she's very workable now. Not you're not riding the struggle bus planner.
The important thing, then, that's the thing that Genshin that the Genshin trades on entirely, is if people want to just be their favorite character all the time, they can do it.
Yeah, and they saw the character that needed rescuing the most was probably Ellen. Zoo's probably the second most. But
I don't know what they'll do with Zoo, because apparently there's a couple of very, very narrow contexts in which she's completely broke.
Yeah, if you can quick stun the enemy rapidly with King Yi, then then Zoo is going to blow it absolutely to pieces. Because her whole
so
shtick is careful. That stun window just does colossal amount of damage.
If someone is already a top tier performer in a narrow niche, you need to be very careful when you do modifications, so that A, you don't turf people out of that niche that they've been building her for, and B, that you don't basically overpower her ridiculously to the point no other character will ever be relevant in that niche.
But yeah, I have not tried the new Ellen because her gear is currently kidnapped by other characters, but by all accounts, she is perfectly playable. She's not top tier competitive, but she is perfectly playable now and doesn't feel like a slog to use anymore because you don't have to do that janky run and start build up anymore. And her attacks have a wider area, easier to hit stuff with the way that the Shiyus are set up. Especially, she's just a competent ice DPS now.
There's no real strong motivation for them to do it, but I think that they could probably afford to give some tune-ups to the likes of Grace and Kaleda and Soldier 11 and that, just to keep them a little bit more relevant. They don't need to be top tier, but like HSR's team weren't afraid to tune up Blade, and Blade is like he's like second to top tier now in comps that he works in.
Yeah,
like he's alongside some of the heavy hitters.
Well, Blade also, until very recently, was a limited character. Now he's a standard character, but he wasn't that until the patch he got one patch before the patch he got a buff.
Well, I mean, no Hoyo game has moved a character from limited to standard outside of a crisis. The crisis being dire.
Yeah. Like so that I don't know if they're on ball with buffing the standard characters yet, but the Grace could use a bit of a tune-up. Or maybe they already have something in the design document somewhere down in releases that'll really like pop and shocks a lot, and Grace can work as a perfectly fine substitute, or maybe even the main driver for whatever team that is.
It could be. Grace's main strength is the speed that she builds Anomaly at, and Yuzuha's a Anomaly Accelerator, which is basically something Grace doesn't need at all. So she basically has no role once Yuzuha enters the environment as an Anomaly character, the Anomaly supporter. So yeah, it's a bit doubtful because Grace was already, pretty radically power crept by Yanagi along one axis being the disorder generator, because that was what you needed speed in your anomaly generation for, was to create more disorders, and that was pretty much circumvented by Yanagi being able to skip straight to disorder when she wants to, and being an electric character to boot, although she doesn't charge anomaly naturally anywhere near fast as Grace does. But like, if you look at Kaleda though, like, why would you use Kaleda? What's her purpose?
I think actually probably Soldier 11 would be the first one they would bring up, just because she kind of has nothing that she does.
She has a ridiculously difficult playstyle that the people who have learned to do it say, well, just get good, bro, and everybody else is like, but it's just not worth it.
Yeah, I could do that.
Like, every single one of her moves can be more powerful than the equivalent move from another character, except that your timing has to be perfect all the time, and the window is not large.
Yeah, it is a play style. I think she could use some usability upgrades. I wouldn't. Her numbers are probably okay. I don't know the upper end of what she can do.
Okay, they are okay if you are doing perfect play, but her ceiling is so much higher in terms of the amount of effort required put in to get there than any other character, because you must learn the cadence of her attacks and deploy them exactly.
Yeah, so that's why I think she could use a usability upgrade. Kind of like Ellen got wider arcs on all of her stuff and got a bit more AoE baked into her basic attack kit. So they could do something for usability along the axis of making her timing easier to hit if they look at her. Just because if you don't main Soldier 11, you have to pick her up for a story quest or something, or something forces you to use her. It's just like, oh, this character's not fun to play because you're just not used to that.
I think that they should just double the on-field time for Rena's dolls as well, like as a base, and then let it get doubled again by her Mindscape. Just let her be a pseudo Astra, because that's what most people using her want to use her as, a predominantly off-field supporter. But as she currently stands, she's a predominantly off-field supporter that you have to keep bringing on-field all the freaking time.
Yeah, she really wants you to have a stun character with her so you can flip her in for the stun assist to get the dolls back.
Like properly tricked out Rena rotations are so obtuse because they just bring her on all the time and then just do one thing and leave.
Yeah, you just pop her out and press the triangle button and then put her away again.
Like her minimal usability without her Mindscape already shows that she's a bit rough. But I think that there's room in the market for there to be a poor man's Astra.
Yeah.
Because like I said, most people are using her as poor man's Astra to begin with, and I think that there's more room to expand her power now that Rupture is a thing, because Rena does not benefit Rupture at all. So even if you trick her out, there's still going to be plenty of room for Astra.
Yeah. So yeah. I like where they're at with ZZZ right now. I just want them to keep on this clip. Like, we've got a solid release of events, good income of Polychrome coming in every patch. That'll probably slow down a bit, given that we're coming off the anniversary. But the raw number of events that game puts out, there's just Chrome for days if you want to play the video game.
Yeah, I mean, I log in this morning and they just give you, here, have 1,600.
Yeah. Like,
just casually.
Like, I do spend the most money on ZZZ, but it does not feel so bad when they just give me this colossal amount of currency compared to the other two Hoyo games, on average since 1.4. Like there's some down patches where they don't. But
both limiteds. I pulled both limiteds this patch in 2.0, and I still have like 45,000 Polychrome kicking about, waiting for the next one.
Yeah, Jufufu did take me down quite a bit, but I'm already well on my way to restocking. And
I
the
love
the
playing Fufu.
yeah.
I don't know what it is that the feel of Fufu is very satisfying to play. Like her skill has a real sensation of weight to it, and her aftershocks feel useful, like really impactful in a way that I don't feel like triggers feel as impactful. Like you don't really notice it happening with trigger.
Yeah, her
But
aftershocks take a bit longer to build up, but have a much bigger wallop when they come in. And so what I often find is I accidentally stun an enemy, and I don't want to stun them right then.
yeah, I have trotted out an awful lot. Oh, damn it! The bar's flashing. The bar's flashing rainbows. It wasn't supposed to start doing that. I needed it to be over here.
Like it's especially bad because I run her on the panda and your girlfriend team, and what I'll do with her sometimes is I'll be in the middle of combat and I'll pop her EX skill because she happens to be the one on the field, and swap her out to the panda, meaning to pop his EX skill to then swap to your girlfriend, but Fufu will stun the enemy, and I will accidentally trigger the chain attack before I register the triangle with the panda, and this means I cannot hot swap to City Ningguang, and can't give her the rupture buff because I'm in the middle of the waffle copter uh, chain attacks.
Yeah, I've started ever since putting Fufu on my team. I've started canceling chains a lot more often because no, I want this character and I want it now. We'll deal with the rest of it later.
Yeah,
But yeah, I did build Pan Yinfu, but I haven't really used him except if I absolutely have to put Astra somewhere else. Normally, I'll just put Astra on that team instead of him. I don't know if Astra's actually better than him, but I prefer that layout.
usually Astra. Uh, I have other teams that I would like her on in the multi-team content, and so Panda just kind of permanently lives on the Swabian Temple team, and Astra goes to help my other friends.
Well, my Huhu also has her signature W engine, so I get more buffs out of my Huhu.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of Fufu, I was having a lot of trouble getting Eve to work right. But Fufu showed her use this time in the current Shiyu defense. By sticking Fufu on Eve's team with Astra, Eve is now a monster.
That's what I said last week.
Yeah, I had well, I had
I said it was
expected it to
definitely
work.
the case. Definitely the case.
I had
Because they are basically built for each other.
I expected it to work, but Eve had underperformed so hard, and I had her up until the pre Fufu era that I was not quite ready for the sheer jump in power Fufu gives Eve.
Well, the thing is that Fufu is sort of like the same meta archetype as Eve. They're like the quick swap characters. So like in that meta archetype, you've got Astra and Eve and Fufu. They all belong in that together. Like Fufu may be in the same faction as Ishuan, but they aren't built for the same archetype. They just happen to work fairly nicely together because the buffs are applicable. But any other stun buffer would do if you want to put a stun with Yishun. But Astra and Fufu and Evelyn are all from the same meta archetype. Like they do all use the same core mechanic, which is character switching, as their main impetus for their kit. So
Yeah.
it was only natural that they'd be really powerful. Like once I got Fufu into her signature W engine, like Eve spiked way up on my list in terms of in terms of who gets pulled on the next rerun. Like it was pretty much I didn't pull her when she was debuted, and it was basically a coin flip. And the reason why I didn't pull her is that I didn't have any way to support her. There's no third member for that team for me at the time.
Yeah, and
So there wasn't really any point in me pulling for her. Now I have the third member, so it will make sense for me to pull for her.
yeah, it is just I had been stuck in a scenario where Eve was underperforming the whole time, no matter what team comp I tried, compared to any other thing I could field. even if it was Fire Week and Mono Fire Week, like running Jane would give me a better result than Eve. And part of that is because Eve, despite being a quick swap character, wants a lot of field time, and running her with anything else, Trigger kind of worked, but not to the degree that that
And
Fufu does.
you're almost always going to be off element with her.
Yeah, but
Like there's only, I think I've seen like weak to fire and lightning. I think I've seen like once in an event or something.
yeah. So, but as soon as I got Fufu and put her on the Eve team, Eve went from a wet noodle to a monster. And
I kind of want that because basically my current fire solution is just Bernice. Just Bernice. I don't have anything to support her with. She's just going to get fed some generic buffer characters, usually like Caesar and maybe Astra if I can spare her, or whoever else I've got floating around, like Lucy, and then just like hope that she can hold the line. And as a primary damage dealer being hyper carried, Bernice is not great.
no.
But she's literally all I've got at the moment. So Evelyn is basically a necessary addition to my deck so that Bernice can be moved into her preferred role of being an anomaly support.
As being the...
Because she's not supposed to be on field all the freaking time.
Yeah, move her onto the Miyabi perma disorder backup plan.
Currently, I hypercarry Miyabi because I just don't have enough anomaly characters not to. But she will probably end up... Bernice will probably end up being Alice's friend once I pull Alice.
Yeah, right now
because Alice is a very, very on-field anomaly. Like, she wants to be on field all the time and never leave. There's like literally no benefit to pulling Alice off the field.
Yeah,
she's about as on field as Miyabi is.
Yeah, she looks like Jane. She wants to be there to do her thing a lot. But yeah, Bernice lives with the Dodgerette. Bernice and Jane are best friends. That would be a fun side event and comic to go through. Oh, you'll get on that. I want to see that happen.
Basically, anything that Bernice sticks Aurora into is immediately going to become pure gold.
Yeah, but yeah, her and Jane are best friends with whatever support is free at the time. But yeah, I want ZZZ to keep on this clip and keep this. They're at a good level of power incrementing. As long as they don't bust it with a Void Hunter in the future or something.
Well, there's a Void Hunter in this patch. Apparently the whatchamacallit, the tiny little bunny Theron with the giant axe is apparently a Void Hunter.
I see. Yeah, as long as they don't put out a Void Hunter driver that just totally wrecks the balance.
Miyabi's the game.
Yeah, we can
Miyabi into the next Corrin.
We can handle one Miyabi. We just don't need to go past that for a while at least, and we can keep this increment they've got of power going. I think we'll be okay.
I feel like if you're looking at Void Hunter level power, like canonically, Yishin is at Void Hunter level. She just turned the title down, but she hasn't been like hugely disruptive to the game environment. There are a lot of people oohing and ahhing about her because there's a rotation that allows you to triple ult with her, but you know most people can even do it if they really, really, really practice at it and have got decent gear. But most people simply aren't going to use her that way, and she didn't burn the meta down the way Miyabi did. Miyabi was also always going to, because Miyabi was a meme in beta. They couldn't nerf her because the expectations were too high. But I feel like if you want a showstopper Void Hunter character, Ishin is at the right level of power. Because she didn't flip the table, but she's still got a very strong character of being very powerful.
Yeah, I think they've also played Miyabi very smart with the level of power they put her out at, and that during her initial release, they made a bunch of stuff weak to ice to really showcase Miyabi and get people to pull for her, and make her not a dead pull. But as time has gone on, more and more ice resistant stuff has been in rotation, but it hasn't dominated the rotations.
There's always, the token bringer in Deadly Assault that shows up every second week.
Yeah, just to throw you a bone for your Miyabi. So they don't make her feel like a Deadpool, but
it's always like that's actually my most balls to the wall fight every single cycle is the bringer fight, because I do that fight with Miyabi, Nicole, Sokaku, and it is always on the absolute wire. Like I think I passed the last one with 20,136 or something
Yeah. I
last week. Like it's like an absolute nail biter every single time. And I dread doing it, but I actually kind of look forward to the adrenaline rush when I do it because it's always like right down to the wire. The last move that I sling off is always the one that pushes me over the edge
I
because I'm using an incredibly budget team for her.
I always have a false start on that fight where I just mistime the first few dodges and I have to get back into Bringer Brain.
I do the same thing. Like I usually I'll press square the first time and then I'll pause and reset because there's a big red patch on my health bar because I did it wrong.
Yeah, it's like okay, I can take a few wallops during the fight, but like all that at the start because I just wasn't in Bringer Brain. Yeah, we'll take a mulligan. And
But
then
they also really haven't given any support since Yanagi for Miyabi. Like she's got her pet support who's like the optimal.
yeah, and she's got,
Although as time goes on, that will become more and more arguable how optimal Yanagi is. But she's generally regarded as the optimal support for Miyabi still. And that's basically it. Like you can't surpass Yanagi. Yanagi has applications outside of Miyabi, but she's, pretty much the Miyabi support. And there's nobody that stacks on top of Yanagi in a really emphatic way that makes Miyabi the game dominator.
yeah.
Because by the time you've got Yanagi in the team, well, I think the other thing about Miyabi's design is she hits breakpoints really definitively. Like if you stack more crit onto Miyabi, it's not going to do jack. Her thresholds are relatively demanding, so most normal people aren't going to be able to pack her to the ceiling with crit damage either. Attack does stuff for her, but not a huge amount. Anomaly does stuff for her, but not a huge amount. Like there's not really a way that you can like buff her to the nines because she's so close to her key breakpoints by the time you've finished building her.
Yeah. So the discrepancy between Miyabi's and their output is relatively minor unless you are,
It's down to discs usually.
Yeah,
like somebody's going to have an S rank disc and somebody's going to have an SS rank disc, sort of thing.
Yeah, but
mine on the other hand is like D rank discs. It's really embarrassing.
yeah,
I've got one or two good pieces on her, but
I forget how good my Miyabi's gear is. It's always been good enough though, and
mine is like barely passable. Is where I'm operating. I'm afraid.
Yeah, but I've just been running her with Vivian. I figured out a whole lot more hot swap tricks with Vivian because even though it looks like you can't swap out of some of her animations, you totally can, and she'll just keep going.
Oh no, that was I don't know why you would think that since that's all anybody was talking about when she came out was her animation, her way to which animations you can interrupt when and how.
Yeah,
like that was like the whole discussion around her when she came out.
Yeah, there's the thing discussion about, and I don't follow the social media discussions on characters. So I was figuring it out in real time and have found Vivian to be a perfect partner for Miyabi and just stick one of the ether supports with her. Nicole has been
The
on that
reason
team a lot.
why I was willing to just bow out rather than push after I lost the 50-50 on Vivian was because learning Vivian just looks like too much work.
Yeah, her animations are very long, and finding where the points are takes a bit of practice. But once I keyed to, I was just interrupting some stuff too early, and some stuff can be interrupted way earlier than I thought. She started clicking a lot better, and now she is a permanent fixture with Miyabi for triggering the disorders because she does enough with a little bit of help keep that ether proc going, and does a considerable amount of damage to help Miyabi out even more. So I've been enjoying that team, and yeah, they in general, even characters that synergize with their powerful units, like Miyabi and or not Miyabi, well yes Miyabi, but Miyabi and Vivian or Miyabi and Yanagi, they don't feel like mandatory pulls. Eventually, they release a character that works well enough. They've done a real good job of that, I think, so far, because I mean, even before Vivian came out, Bernice worked fine forever as a Miyabi partner.
My Miyabi's gear actually rates a bit better than I thought.
Yeah. So
even though I haven't done any farming for her. I'll probably farm her more though, since I do use her as a utility knife for a lot of things. So
Yeah.
I've got like I got BE on Caesar though. I need to do some work on that, considering I probably spend more time playing Caesar than any other character.
Yeah. So yeah, I want them to iterate. I love the new exploration zone style they got going on for the main story content, and I don't think they need any more radical revisions of the initial gameplay. They just need to get in there and iterate on what they got. Just keep improving what they have. So ZZ good spot. Star Rail, we'll see, and Genshin just catch up. About the only place it's got the other game's beat is cinematography.
Yeah, I think it's just because they are the oldest and they're married to the old way of doing things in a lot of ways.
Yeah. Yeah, but if there was ever a Hoyo game I was most likely to bail on, it would be Genshin. But at the same time, it's the only one that has proper multiplayer.
Yeah, they keep talking about their multiplayer projects being underway for ZZZ, but they've never managed to get anything out the door yet.
I imagine it has to do with finding a way to make the dodge work.
Oh my stars! I am 400 attack overcap on my Astra.
Oh, I'm sure my Astra's mega overcapped.
I need to work on that. No, 450. It's even worse than that.
So yeah,
my gear is so bad for her because I'm so far over cap. My goodness.
So yeah, I hope ZZZ just keeps iterating like it is. We'll have the next story patch. I think they're up next. Are they up next? No, they're not up next.
Yes.
Genshin is okay. They are up next. I was thinking.
Yeah. Genshin's got a ways to go yet. Genshin, we're still at the start. Genshin was the one that just rotated before Star Rail did.
Okay, right. Because each week we get one of them rotates a patch, or hits a halfway point in a patch.
I'm glad it's not every week, because otherwise I would be kind of stressed trying to keep up. Because remember, once upon a time, I was also playing Honkai Impact 3rd, and I still keep up with the events in Blue Archive as well.
Yeah, I do not do that, and Mahjong Soul, if I miss the dailies, is not a big deal. And Shadowverse, I don't prioritize hitting the dailies. So I only have the Hoyo games. Star Rail is automated in its daily farming, so at least it has that going for it.
If you do birdie every week, you get to hear the song and see the rainbows.
I've done the birdie a lot. I think I have like 14 birdie parts.
I think I've got like 50.
Yeah. I think
I've got lots of bird bits.
I think
bird bits everywhere.
Cypher and Ika needed birdie parts, so they ate a lot of mine.
Currently farming in preparation for pulling Silver Wolf because I want Wolfie.
Yeah, I would like to get it, but it's not high enough on the priority pull list for me to jump into it because it would just be for a meme team, and my resources aren't abundant enough in Star Rail to be able to do that.
I want to use Silver Wolf. Unironically, I'm basically using Silver Wolf in place of Cypher. Is what I'm planning on doing.
Yeah, like Silver.
They have similar roles and they have the same element, but they lean more or less in favor of one or the other fight.
I would like her as an option on the Acheron team, and I would like to just make a strong team for fun, but it's not a high enough priority for me to.
Well, I think because you've got Cypher, it should pretty significantly lower your priorities of getting Silver Wolf, because like I said, they fulfill the same role.
Yeah.
And they're both Noelity as well, aren't they?
Yeah.
Cypher's Noelity?
Yeah.
So they're both Quantum Noelity and they do the same thing. So really pulling Silver Wolf would be a waste of
I've
for you.
just got to find a third
There's no reason you
5-star.
can't put Cypher with the Mahjong team.
Yeah, that's true. But I'm looking for
If you really want
yeah,
the
I'm looking
install that she provides. That's the thing.
that
Maybe
team.
another installer will come along at some point.
That team is right now looking for a third consistent Nihility because right now it's using 4-stars for its third Nihility slot, or Kafka, and Kafka doesn't exactly synergize with that team.
Yeah, Kafka's moved fully over into support at this point. But when Hisselins comes out, like between Kafka and Hisselins, those kits uplifts Black Swan's kit by such a ridiculous margin. There's no way they will ever buff Black Swan, because basically what it looks like is that they had planned to make Black Swan the standard format for Annihility DPS, but then they just didn't provide any of the corollary characters designed to make her work.
Mm-hmm.
And Hisselins is that character, and Kafka's new kit is also that character. So Kafka provides dots, Hisselin provides stacks, and Black Swan is sort of like the engine that actually supplies the damage.
Yeah, I had to pass on Black Swan to get Robin at the time. So and did not, and when she came up for a rerun after that, I think it was Adventurine that I needed for the Fart team. So Black Swan was not pullable.
I went in on Black Swan because I wanted to build Dot, and then Hoyo decided they didn't want to build Dot.
Yeah, delayed it by a year and some change.
But we'll get there. We'll get there. Next patch, Hisselins will come out, and I can pull her, and then I can get stuck in farming hell looking for more Black Swan gear, as I have been for the past 2 years.
But yeah. Oh, that said, Cypher has been working just fine on the Acheron team.
Well, I mean, people use her for that. She works just fine.
I mean, she's still not
there's
but
more and more. There's more and more characters that work in the Acheron team. Again, Jiaochu's still Biss. He probably will be for a very long time, but
he has a
the
penis.
number of characters that you can use instead has been getting higher and higher and higher.
Yeah, the
like basically everybody that comes out you can slot into an Acheron team. Every Nihility pretty much works.
Yeah,
which is really where you want it to be. And Acheron's not that demanding. Like, the only demand that she really makes is that her teammates be Nihility characters. And being Nihility characters, they get the buff by default. And I think there's a new Nihility light cone on the Battle Pass that also gives you debuff abilities. So you could attach that to any Nihility you wanted and turn them into a debuffer if you wanted.
Yeah. So I'm constantly got my eyes out for a 5-star Nihility that'll work to fill that last of the 3 slots. Problem is I don't know who that would be.
Who's next? I don't know who else is Nihility that's coming out. I can't think of anybody offhand. I think Hisselin's is Remembrance, and Suraja's Harmony, and the one under the Terravox placeholder, I think, is Preservation. And I think that the one under the March SP placeholder is Remembrance as well.
Yeah. So, and of the existing characters, they used Pella before Cypher came out.
I use Pella now.
Yeah. Well, you didn't grab the Cypher. Let's see. If
people who don't have Pella, who don't use Pella, often use Silverwolf or use Silverwolf and Pella together.
Yeah. So like, just of the, where's Nihility on the list? Here we go. Yeah, because right now Gweniphin is the 3rd slot.
I feel like Gweniphin deserves more. I think she deserves better. I really like her as a character.
But yeah, right now she is the obligatory 3rd Nihility if you don't have E2 Acheron, you got to stick a 3rd Nihility somewhere on there.
That's what my Black Swan is doing. I think most people are just playing Dotcaron using Kafka these days.
Yeah, I've been sticking Kafka there now. I have not looked in depth at Kafka's kit.
People with Fugue are trying to play Breakeron, but it's a very difficult build to make successful. It is effective when you get there, but the amount of effort you've got to put in to get it to work is kind of rough.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, Space Barbara and the Shoop to Whoop Dragon seem to be able to take care of most things, unless they they start leaning the meta so hard into Finon that we start tearing our hair out. We should be
I
okay.
would like to think that they wouldn't do that. Plus, Finon as an archetype is not particularly like he's all flash and no substance.
Oh yeah, he's not so much
Like,
an archetype
he's a
as
hyper
just
carry.
as an incredibly unique individual character. That they
He's just a hyper carry.
if they tailor anything to his specific mechanics, it's going to be just Finon that you can use, and so there will be
No,
no.
there are a few. Like he could become an archetype because they have the double-ended buffs, which they increase the further away you get from 4 on-field party members.
Yeah.
So if you drop to 1, the buff maxes out, or if you can get up to 7 or 8, the buff maxes out.
Oh yeah, they do have
So
those.
so you can have summon spam be an archetype, and you can have solo hyper carry be an archetype. They could go down that route if there are other like real showstopper characters of power that lore wise would make it hard for other characters to be near them or whatever. Then they can go the Finon route and have them have a mano a mano type phase to them.
Yeah. So that's just something I'm keeping an eye out for in new characters, is something to just make me not feel as bad about putting Gwenhyfen in that or Kafka in that slot, but it's not a priority.
I'm sort of a bit anxious about it myself because one of my main teams is Break. Like I built Super Break. I've built Super Break really aggressively. I've got a really tricked out Super Break team. But what I don't have is Boot Hill.
Yeah.
Boot Hill's the physical Super Breaker.
Yeah. Yeah. I think he's only had one rerun.
And we're in the and it was on a triple banner too, I think. And we're moving into the physical hyper carry meta, and I don't know what I'm going to do. I think that probably if it carries on, because it usually seems to carry on for a couple of patch cycles when a big push character has hit. So I'm thinking probably the solution to that will probably be using pulling Saredra, who I intend to anyway because she's cute, and using her to support an Axa hyper carry, because an Axa hyper carry will work in any sort of single target context because he can install any weakness and he's a bounce character, so he gets heaps and heaps of hits. And since he can double his own attacks using his sublimation on his ultimate, and Saredra can also double his attacks, it means that in a single turn he can attack 4 times and probably refill about 70% of his energy bar immediately after ulting. So there's sort of like this sketch of a solution to that problem in mind. Hazelin's also, though, will be a physical character, but she's physical dot and she's not the main source of damage. Black Swan is, so yeah.
We need more female blonde 5-star representation in Star Rail.
I'm afraid you'll have to stick with Lorcha.
That's not female.
I know.
Neither is Yanqing.
He's got long blonde hair, just like Yanqing does.
Yeah, and
I mean,
neither is Jeopard.
You count?
No, and neither does Jeopard. Like the only 5-star female blonde is Aglaya. This was the start of the whole reason I decided to go in for Remembrance and grab Aglaya.
Because it was the only blonde available.
Yes. My standards are not high, but they do exist.
I mean, I guess the next world on the rumors list is Edo-Star, and so that's going to be Japanese themed. So there won't be any blondes there.
This is probably subtly influencing my attachment to Star Rail.
Just build Hook.
Pitch Dark Hook the Great can try her best, but unless she gets a rework, I don't think that's going to work.
I saw a meme video going around trying to claim that Hook was better than Finon. And somebody had like built this retardedly powerful E6 Hook. But I mean, ultimately, there's always going to be Artoria there for you. Serval's still one of the best Erudition batteries in the game if you've got an Erudition team, which you don't really.
No, I
Lynx
have.
is the best free sustain.
Yeah, but I've got the fattest healer,
It's true. Your healer is exceptionally fat.
and I have Mr. Tail, and I can't fire Mr. Tail for the other healer. And adventuring, well, technically blonde, I guess, is a Nicky boy.
With a boob window.
Despite his attempts, still a Nicky boy. Oh yeah. But yeah, I don't have an erudition team. I have erudition pieces that I mangle together for pure fiction. So Tribby will help that out considerably.
Kirby will help with practically anything. She's just such a universal buffer.
Yeah, pretty much anything that I can slot her into just is gonna be K. But
You can even use her as a follow-up buffer if you really wanted to, because she has follow-up attacks.
yeah, that's true. If it's a fight that lets me get off a whole lot of moves on something, I could I and yeah, there's places.
This is the big debate that I have every time a new cycle starts in the end game is which team gets the Tribby.
Yeah, she at the end of the day, she was just too mechanically powerful for me to realistically skip because she's just
my one is E1 as well, E1 S1. So it's a real fight to decide who gets it because I've only got two E1 harmony supports, and one of them is shackled to the break team forever, which is Runmei, which means that everybody else gets to fight over the E1 Tribby.
Yeah, I don't have any E1 support. Well, I guess you could count Wowo. She buffs attack and gives energy back. That counts as support, right?
Wowo is a champion.
But yeah, I went out of my way to get her E1. But yeah, I just I do not have solid plans for Star Rail at all. ZZZ, I'm always pulling by the seat of my pants. If I like the way the character plays in the demo, I'll sometimes just pull it. Happened with Jane, and now Jane is the character I play the most.
I usually don't play characters first in Star Rail. I just look at, is she cute? If so, then pull.
Yeah, Star Rail, it's just there is no real gameplay to influence it because it's all turn based. Like the style of play is.
Hence why I am perfectly comfortable with pulling them just because they're cute.
Yeah, so that will win them a lot of points, and the rest of it is how much they grab me during the story. But
I really do want them to get more ambitious from a mechanical perspective, though. Like they've started with such a bare bones mechanic that just get aggressive, just try stuff. I know that they don't have the sort of buffering zones that that ZZZ have, so it makes it very easy to unbalance the game. But you'll lose players just as surely if your game is too bland than if you unbalance it. So just try weird stuff.
yeah,
Final's a good start, but that's not nearly far enough.
at least they have room in the UI for another button now, with the find on secondary skill button. Is in his ruffle stomp mode. So yeah, we'll see with Star Rail. Genshin, I just
Genshin's gone to sleep for me for the time being.
yeah.
Like, I'm not enough of an Igus fan that I want to pull for the robot girl. So I doubt I'll pull for Nefa. I don't really have what I really. I mean, I guess I could build a team for her because she works well with Yaimiko. She works well with Farina. Like, there's lots of things I could do there, but I don't really want to go all in on another character, especially this late in the cycle. There are times that people that went all in on Emily really get a payoff for it, but those times are infrequent.
Yeah, like
last character of the cycle is usually not a great bet.
yeah, like Emily.
But it sounds like Anefa is going to have the nod cry mechanics, or at least part of them, in her kit, though.
Yeah, so we'll have to see with that. Mechanical pulling in Genshin, I'm less concerned about how much it allows me to clear the end game, and I'm more concerned with how fun it is to play on the reg and how much I like goofing around with the character. Because 90% of what we do in Genshin is run around in the open world during showtime.
Yeah, 90% of my playtime in Genshin these days is usually piloting Sitlali.
Yeah, I'm running around on
That
Bouncy
vertical hop is something else. Like that vertical hop that she does surprisingly effective. Like most people would immediately conclude, "Oh, the flying is the best," but flying is kind of jank in a lot of ways, and being able to just pop up a really decent vertical distance will get you nearly everywhere.
Yeah, my cow can't bounce quite as high as Lolly can, but she bounces high enough. But yeah, I like running around the world as Verissa. I like surfing on the water with Mualani. Like all those characters, are just fun goof around characters that
I
I've
don't really
gotten.
enjoy playing Mavwika though. Like I know that technically I can fly using a motorcycle, but I basically never do it.
I use her when I'm in lawn mowing mode, where I've got 90% of the collectibles in an area and I'm just trying to clean up. She's really
How
good for
does her
that.
flight differ from Chaska's?
It's much shorter. And it also does not have an easy way to cancel it into gliding. Chaska can just put her gun away and pull out the glider. As far as I remember, Mavwika can't do that, and her flight is incredibly short. If you don't press the go fast button on Chaska, you can fly for a relatively long time, as long as you don't ascend or descend. You keep your elevation the same. Also, Mavwika can't ascend or descend. She can only go straight for a very brief amount of time. The option isn't even available to her. So she has a significantly nerfed flight compared to Chaska. And sometimes I do use Chaska instead as my helpful lawnmower, just because there are some areas, like in Inkonomia, she was invaluable for lawnmower in that place.
I have seen people using Skirk's idol to get Dendroculuses
Definitely a
in places that
possibility.
are like walled off and that. Because apparently, while Skirk's idol is just an animation, right? Just an idle animation. Her physical location does move, but she does not experience any obstruction in the process, so she can just idle clip straight through walls and pick up Dendroculuses that are behind those vines and that
Oh, I see.
by her sort of floating around when she does her animation.
I see. I see. The newest, I haven't got the newest Culises and the newest zone complete in that land. I've got a good chunk of Fontaines. That's all the lawn mowing I've got left. Unless I want to really OCD it.
I've done Natland pretty much completely, and I've basically given up on Mondstadt. Like, I don't know where those are. I give up. Sodding Compass doesn't help because I can't find anything that's behind a puzzle, and the puzzles were so innocuous back then that you couldn't tell they were even there most of the time.
Maybe they'll fix up
But
the treasure compass to find stuff even better.
but
They keep adding functionality to it.
I'm still missing a bunch of stuff in whatchamacallit, all the other zones.
Oh, Sumeru's
basically, and
a nightmare. That took me like a month and some change to lawn mow.
Yeah, I'm not in a hurry though. Like it's something that will just provide like a little trickle of Prima Gems over time when I feel like doing it, if I feel like doing it. It's sort of like a brain dead activity for me. Just poke around.
I wanted Kokomi and I needed resources. So that's why Sumeru doesn't have any more treasure chests for me.
Our SDL is 20 to 8 in the evening.
Yeah, so all right, folks. We don't really have any news as far as I know.
I didn't see anything. Like there were a bunch of closed betas in that for various gacha games, which is mainly the sort of news that I tend to see. Well, I don't think I saw anything really worth mentioning. And like I said, my social media feed has been completely overtaken by horse girls. Like everybody seems to be interested in it right now.
Yeah.
So I didn't see, if there was news, I was unable to detect it because the density of horse girls was overwhelming it.
Yeah, I have not been following any of the news that's been going on because I've been trying to get through the Shadowverse story and was playing a super easy Mario game instead of watching news feeds this week. And did not particularly have my nose in them to begin with. Nothing jumped out in the weekly check the news pre-show stuff. Really, Fern mentioned the stop killing games thing that I've noticed, but only because the farms really doesn't like that dude that was going against it.
The only thing I saw about the farms was that a bunch of people are accusing Null of being pedophile again.
I do that all the time, even though he has a rule against. It's one of the few rules the farms has is that crap will get you insta banned.
Well, the thing is that that's a meme, basically, is that the people, it's something you see on Twitter a lot. I don't know if it's elsewhere, but basically, every time some internet personality gets outed as a pedophile and goes to jail, you can find a whole bunch of really aggressive anti-pedophile tweets on their recent Twitter history. It's like a deliberate counter signal. So
Yeah.
just because Null has that rule is not going to work in his favor with the internet witnesses. They will just see that as more evidence.
Yeah, yeah, but yeah. He runs a website that is on. It's always on the outs with some group somewhere. So he's had that rule in place as far as I know. Since it's definitely since I joined, I assume basically since the site opened. But yeah, it's I don't.
Apparently, it's from when he was like 19 or something. So I don't know how long ago that is. I don't know how old Null is.
Yeah, I think Noel's about my age, maybe your age now. He's definitely in his early 30s at least. So he may be in his mid 30s or late 30s by now. But yeah, Noel is a bit of a spurg, but I don't have anything against Noel. He has a few spurg moments, but otherwise he runs a tight ship over there and does the best he can to keep one of the few places on the internet where you can actually go to an old school forum and see discussion laying around on anything without the usual suspects coming in and doing the usual suspect things, like totally commandeering the conversation and steering it towards how gay is everything and who wants to sleep with who.
The only thing anybody in the Ho-Yo community ever talks about.
Yeah. So and because those type of people just don't want to get near the farms, they a forum that allows you to actively call other users out for their retardation is just something they can't handle. They'll break down. I cannot say the actual word they call people on the reg. On YouTube, for instance. So yeah, I'm okay with Null, but he is an autistic spurg. Anyway, nothing's popped up on the farms feed other than the stop on the game preservation thing that was going on. I don't expect anything of it, and I don't think anybody on the farms does either. I think they just wanted to make this one guy mad.
It would be nice. In a lot of ways, it would be nice. I mean, there are arguments against it. They're not pointless or meaningless arguments, but by and large, the current environment is quite toxic.
Yeah.
The whole. Well, I mean, there is going to be, the way things are currently going, there's going to be real legs to the argument. Well, if you're not selling me a game, then it's not pirating for me to. It's not stealing for me to pirate it.
Yeah.
If it's just a license, then there's barely trespassing. But since there's no physical space, you can't prove that it's trespassing. So, yeah, it's a toxic environment that has been generated by, the old saw of corporate greed, basically, of oh yeah, we're selling it to you, but we're not actually selling it to you because we want to be able to take it away from you. It's been like that for a long time, and it's just a matter of time until it comes to a real head, and that some big developer tries to do it to something that's too important to too many people, and then it will really explode. One person's sort of campaign, well, it might be useful to raise awareness for that future scenario, but by itself, I'll be surprised if anything happens.
Yeah.
That said, the EU are incredibly picky about these types of things when they choose to be, and occasionally they'll just pick up a pet issue like this and just go to town on it.
Yeah.
The thing is that you've got to remember is that EU globalism is very different to US globalism. Like the US globalism still has the sort of the clash is still alive between the laissez-faire, let me do whatever I want people in the US, and the sort of the counter, equal and opposite counter of no, we need to be absolutely, satanically oppressive to you and make you do only what I want. Whereas the EU form of globalism is this all very sort of robotic, structured, bureaucratic system, and they don't like things that can't be easily framed in the system. And the idea that you can sell somebody a product and then just sort of take it back later is the sort of thing that the EU global system doesn't like because it's not easy to categorize. And their solution to things they don't like is to ban them.
Yeah. So I expect nothing to come from this because of just the bureaucratic nonsense.
I expect a lot of lawyers will make a lot of money
Yeah.
when it becomes a topic for discussion in the parliaments.
I
Because
think
someone's going to have to get paid to be the legal expert on the topic, and they will make money.
yeah, I expect the best I'm hoping for this to do is to set precedent that the customers are mad enough about this issue that it can be raised in the future.
Yeah, it needs to be like there is precedent that this is a legit complaint.
Yeah, but I don't see it going longer than that, other than being
Like,
able to be noted
well,
later once the
the
boomers start
utopian
dying.
dream the utopian dream that comes out of raising it as an issue is something that's far too far away. Nobody's going to invest money in that. That's the thing. It's too expensive.
Yeah.
Because the utopian dream is that every game has a shutdown contingency, right? The way to slide it into a maintenance, like a client side maintenance only mode, so that everything remains playable. I mean, for some games, it's going to be neither here nor there, but for other games, like there might be not a lot of motivation to do it, but there is a lot of things that game couldn't exist if that were the case, which is the argument against it. Like World of Warcraft, for instance, like that game is gargantuan, and you could play it in single player, but nobody would. So the argument is, well, what's the commercial case for making a way for that to slide into single player mode? So until somebody comes up with like a really simple and elegant install and forget solution to sliding something from live over to client side only, there's not really any way for them to arrive at a resolution to this. Like, it doesn't matter whether everything goes your way in the courts and in the governments or not. There's no way to get there. There's no path there.
Yeah. So yeah. All right, folks. Oh, there are ecological bounties now for catching fish. Noted. So I think we're pretty much done. You got anything else for going on with the current happenings? I think we covered a good chunk of it, of our stuff. Just making this the current Hoyoverse weekly update.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is that that's what I spend most of my time playing because it's what's supplying content on the reg for me. I haven't gotten back around to playing Expedition 33. It's still on the short list of things to do, but other people like you try and insert other things on that short list, like watching the story for Shadowverse.
Oh, I don't
But
actually expect to be successful in that.
well, the thing is, I'm always looking for stuff too. Usually, like my watching things time is when I'm eating. When I sit down for dinner, and I'll just usually watch something for about half an hour or something like that. And that's a free slot because I don't want to put greasy hands all over my computer or my controllers when I'm doing that. So watching is about all I can do. So there is a slot. It's just that there are a lot of things vying for that slot. But yeah, there's not really much, like when something comes down the pipeline that I feel is worth doing, it's usually a surprise. It's not something I'm anticipating anymore. The day seems to be gone where I'm actively anticipating things coming out. It just doesn't seem to happen anymore because most of what comes out is complete dreck. But yeah, there are a lot of major gacha competitors to the Hoyo trifecta coming down the pipeline. Like the opening cinematic for Neverness to Everness went live this week, I think. So that means that they're getting close to spooling up their release marketing machine.
Mm-hmm.
And they're in like the second or third round of closed beta testing, I think. So yeah, they must be getting pretty close to release, and then we'll see how that one goes. Obviously, I can't fit another gacha in my schedule, but I'm always interested to see what they do, because what other gachas do will influence how Hoyo tries to compete.
Yeah. We'll be keeping an eye on all that as it's happening. I probably will not actively be following it as hard as you will, but I'll probably check the occasional thing on YouTube if it pops up and I just don't have anything specific on my feed that I want to watch.
Yeah, I'm still furious that there are not enough hours in the day for me to play Wuthering Waves as well, but there just simply aren't. And
Yeah.
they're never going to be.
If Genshin wasn't our main outlet for multiplayer, I would consider Wuthering Waves. But number one, we're already invested in Genshin, and number two, its multiplayer works fine for goofing around.
Yeah, I mean, I just wish that the others could, come up with a schema for it. They are working on it for ZZZ. I think that the in-game mode in Genshin, if they could graft something like that into ZZZ and make it really, really solid, that would be basically the ideal served as far as Hoyo Games is concerned for multiplayer.
Yeah. I wish we could like run around in the new exploratory hollows too as a group. Just to
Yeah, that would be nice as a goof off thing. The question is whether or not they'll do it. I mean, there's not really any good reason that you couldn't do that in Star Rail as well, since it's the pace is not, it doesn't require as much like cunning netcode just to make it work if all you want to do is hang out. After all, mostly we run around in circles. You can do that in Star Rail, and there's going to be a market for it, and to some extent, because it's always been, all of their games have always been promoted as being social in one regard or another, as community exercises. So yeah, I think that they should work on multiplayer for all three games. I think that leaving any of them out is probably a mistake.
Yeah. So, well, we'll see where all that goes. We should really wrap. All right, folks. We will see you next week. Probably with a lot less Hoyo going on, because all that'll be is the ZZ patch, and although we will have stuff to say about it, it's usually more bite-sized and character-focused, so it's pretty easy to...
Is it next week or is it the week after next?
That's a good question. I think it's next week,
but I get a vibe, week after next vibe off of it.
It's a week after next vibe. Yeah, it's so nothing there next week. All that's happening this coming week is the banner rotation for Genshin.
I need the beat week. I need the beat week. I need time.
Yeah, there's the banner rotation in Genshin, and that's it.
I still haven't got a single good piece for my Kafka.
So yeah.
But I mean, next week is also going to be Fate. So
yeah. So we will see what happens. All right, folks, we're done here. See you next week. Sayonara. Bye bye.